Secretary, are there any changes to the final agenda?
There are no changes to the final agenda.
Thank you. Before moving to the agenda, I'd like to conduct a roll call of commissioners. When I call your name, please confirm that you are present. Commissioner Diane Berman.
Here.
Commissioner James Alessi.
Here.
Commissioner Tracy Edwards.
Here.
Commissioner John Howard.
Here.
Commissioner David Valesky.
Here.
Commissioner John Majori.
Here.
Thank you. So before we turn to the regular agenda, I'd like to ask if any commissioners wish to recuse from voting on the two voting items before us today, items 201 or 301. I'll start with Commissioner Berman.
I'm not recusing.
Thank you. Commissioner Alisi.
I will be voting.
Thank you. Commissioner Edwards.
I will be voting on those two items.
Thank you. Commissioner Howard.
I will be voting.
Thank you. Commissioner Valesky.
I will be voting.
Thank you. Commissioner Majori.
I will be voting.
Thank you very much. We'll now move to the regular agenda. Our first item for discussion, item 301, cases 15-E-0302 and 18-E-0071, which address the clean energy petitions for an inflation adjustment mechanism. It'll be presented today by Marco Padula, Director of Office of Markets and Innovation. Justin Gundlach, Rob Haberman, Tom Dwyer, Joel Andruski, and Elizabeth Grisaro and Bob Rosenthal are available for questions. Marco, please begin.
Good morning, Chair Christian and Commissioners. Item 301 is a draft order in case 15E-0302, the proceeding on motion of the Commission to implement a large-scale renewable program and a clean energy standard, and case 18E-0071 in the matter of offshore wind energy, addressing three petitions filed on June 7, 2023 in these proceedings. The Alliance for Clean Energy New York, or ACE New York, Sunrise Wind LLC, or Sunrise, and Empire Offshore Wind LLC / Beacon Wind LLC, or Empire Beacon, filed separate petitions collectively asking the Public Service Commission to authorize the New York State Energy Research and Development Authority, or NYSERDA, to amend their existing contracts. Those contracts pertain to renewable energy certificates, or RECs, related to 86 contracts for land-based, large-scale renewable generation projects, and for offshore wind renewable energy certificates, or ORECs, related to 4 offshore wind energy generation projects referred to as Sunrise Wind, Empire Wind 1 and 2, and Beacon Wind. The petitions state that unprecedented economic forces, including global and regional supply chain bottlenecks, high inflation, increased global demand, and rising interest rates, have negatively impacted project economics. The amendments sought by the ACE, Sunrise, and Empire Beacon petitions would provide for an administratively determined adjustment to the REC and OREC prices previously established through NYSERDA's competitive procurement processes. In each case, the requested adjustment would significantly raise the prices paid for the RECs and ORECs represented by the 90 contracts by just over $12 billion in net present value. The draft order before you would deny the three petitions on the grounds that the relief sought is inconsistent with Commission policy favoring competition in electric generation procurement to ensure just and reasonable rates. To support this position, the draft order begins with a background section that does an in-depth review of the cases and orders adopting both the Renewable Portfolio Standard and the Clean Energy Standard programs, including the orders succeeding enactment of the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act targets, which, as you are aware, require achievement of 70% renewable energy by 2030 and a zero-emission statewide electrical demand system by 2040. The background also provides a summary of NYSERDA's renewable generation procurements that are at issue in the subject petitions. Finally, the background goes into detail regarding the claims underlying the requests for relief, including those related to inflation, supply chain disruptions, and interest rate increases. The draft order then describes the specific requests for relief. ACE New York requests application of a new custom inflation adjustment mechanism. One version of it would be tailored to solar projects and another tailored to land-based wind. This adjustment mechanism is requested for 86 under development projects, totaling 7,536 megawatts of capacity. Empire Beacon has 4 requests. The first is a specific inflation adjustment formula similar to, but more generous than that contained in NYSERDA's 2022 offshore wind solicitation for all 3 of their offshore wind projects, Empire Wind 1 and 2 and Beacon Wind. The second is a specific interconnection cost adjustment formula, similar to that applied in NYSERDA's 2022 offshore wind solicitation, again for all 3 projects. The third is a 1/2 consumer price index escalator applied to their strike price during the contract term for Empire 2 and Beacon. The fourth request is an extension of Empire 1's contract term by 5 years, going from 25 to 30 years in total. Sunrise requests application of inflation and interconnection cost adjustment mechanisms like those in NYSERDA's 2022 offshore wind solicitation. Moving to the stakeholder input, the draft order notes that the notices of proposed rulemaking resulted in 41 entities filing comments that can be grouped into those that support with modifications, those that oppose, and those that remain neutral. Many of the supportive comments recommend that the Commission grant the specific relief requested. Suggestions from those that support with modifications note that the inflation adjustment should be consistent with competitive processes like that used in recent NYSERDA procurements, that relief should be granted only to those that have made good faith progress, that projects should be screened first and then have a detailed cost evaluation, and that the Commission should impose conditions on any additional funding such as a cap. Comments in opposition include that providing the relief would be inconsistent with state contract rules and with signed contract terms, that contracts should be canceled and rebid instead, that there are concerns with significant increases in costs, that approval would create bad precedent for all past and future procurements, and that the relief requested should be rejected and instead replaced with a project-specific cost analysis. Moving on to the discussion section, the draft order notes that the basic question in this case is whether granting the requested relief would support the provision of safe and adequate service at just and reasonable rates. The foundation on which the draft decision rests is in the Public Service Law, Section 65(1), which requires safe and reliable service at just and reasonable rates. It notes that beginning in 1996, the Commission departed from the long-standing model of vertically integrated utilities and cost of service regulation to a restructured wholesale electric model that incorporates competition into the pursuit of compliance with Public Service Law 65(1), Section 65(1). This was the start of the state's restructuring to make electric generation competitive, which has persisted and is now the core feature of New York's energy markets. The draft order notes how the Commission's preference for leveraging market forces has also influenced its approach to achieving public policy objectives, detailing how the Commission has consistently held to the view that ratepayers are best protected by subjecting renewable procurements to competitive mechanisms. The draft order describes how competition has been a cornerstone of Commission policy for controlling the costs associated with supporting renewable generation, resting on the premise that bringing competition to bear on investment, procurement, and operational decisions in the power sector will yield cost-effective outcomes for ratepayers, in part by allocating risk to generation project developers and operators. Moving from describing the legal framework to the application of such, the draft order finds that the petitions do not support departing from the Commission's long-standing commitment to competitive procurements as the appropriate mechanism for soliciting RECs and ORECs for several reasons. First, the draft order describes that granting the relief sought would have significant ratepayer bill impacts by administratively taking on billions of dollars in increased total program cost above what has already been contracted. Specifically, granting the relief is estimated to result in total bill increases as high as 6.7% for residential customers and as high as 10.5% for commercial or industrial customers, depending on the service territory and the level of relief provided. Second, the draft order finds that applying a formulaic approach is not just and reasonable for the following reasons. A formulaic price increase approach risks overpaying for renewable energy credits and doing so in a way that unfairly advantages some developers over others and ignores the specific factual circumstances of each individual project. It would also be unfair to losing bidders who may have appropriately considered and accounted for project risks in their bids. A formulaic approach does not account for the reality that projects are very different from one another in multiple respects and are at widely divergent points in their development and potentially face changed circumstances that would either raise or reduce a particular project's actual development costs. Overall, the administrative approach could result in various unacceptable outcomes, such as overpaying developers who have avoided the worst effects of inflation, or granting relief to developers whose problems arose from their own delays or unrealistically low bid prices rather than inflation. In addition, there is a risk that a formulaic approach, depending on the formula used, may still result in developers rejecting the proffered relief as insufficient and cancel their contracts. Unlike competitive solicitations, a formulaic adjustment leaves the Commission, and by extension, ratepayers, at a significant disadvantage relative to developers, given that project developers inevitably have much better knowledge of their costs, risks, and revenue sources than the Commission. Third, the draft order determines that granting the petitions would compromise the integrity and attractiveness of future procurements. For example, granting the requested relief could lead to less competitive behavior in future solicitations, wherein bidders may see the potential for future post-contract state financial support and view it as a type of insurance policy, which would lead to bids that undervalue inherent economic and business risks. Thus, bids would not be priced in such a way to promote efficient and effective project development in support of New York's climate goals. In conclusion, the draft order fulfills the public service law's requirement that the Commission keep rates just and reasonable, while also balancing its obligation to achieve the CLCPA targets. Specifically, the draft order recognizes that competitive solicitations remain the best approach to meeting the CLCPA's 70 by 30 and zero emission 2040 targets, and provides for the procurement of the needed renewable energy resources to New York in the fairest and most cost-effective manner. It further notes that while the Commission strongly supports the renewable energy industry, it needs to preserve the competitive nature of procurement practices and hold developers to executed contracts. Developers therefore can continue with their current agreements, or if they decide they cannot, request to cancel and be eligible to rebid in the future. The draft order notes the potential to hold an expedited rebid, resulting in bids that have increased integrity and mitigate potential delays in project development. In future solicitations, bidders can utilize NYSERDA's Inflation Adjustment Index that is designed to share inflation risks with bidders, thereby reducing risk-related cost premiums and the likelihood of future project attrition due to inflationary pressures. Lastly, the draft order highlights that the Commission has taken additional measures on the electric system to authorize cost-effective transmission and distribution investments that will unbottle local transmission constraints and reduce existing and expected curtailment of renewable generation, making future generation project attrition less likely and future procurements more cost competitive. This concludes my presentation, and we are happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Padula. Appreciate your work and the work of the team on bringing this over. I know this has been many months of deliberation. I'd like to ask a clarifying question just to make sure it's clear what action we as a commission are taking today. We are not terminating these contracts, is that correct?
That's correct.
Right. We're looking at whether or not to provide additional compensation to these developers above and beyond what they have bid. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so if these contracts are to be terminated, that would be the choice of the developers here today.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. I think it's important to start with that and making sure we're on the same page. You know, thinking back to when I first started with the commission, and discussing this role and just what our obligations are, you know, I remember talking to friends and family and explaining how this would probably be one of the single most challenging roles I've ever had or will ever have. And over the last 2 years, we've faced many challenges, and we've overcome many of them, but none quite like this. And this hasn't been a challenge in particular because of the process in establishing the rationale today. What I found challenging is reading the repeated mischaracterizations of what the commission could be doing today. And so I want to thank you, Mr. Padula, for clarifying exactly what we are doing today. So having read all these articles, dozens of which this week alone, on what we as a commission may or may not do, you know, I find many are left with the impression that the fate of the clean energy transition is entirely on this action today. Now, to frame how I view this being reductivist, if we approve these projects, we're successful in our efforts, we'll achieve our clean energy goals. But in denying these petitions, ultimately, we go down a path of doom. If the choice were so black and white, I think the course of action would be quite simple. But as with all things in life, it's not. It's not black and white. These projects, the offshore wind projects, the land-based renewable projects, collectively represent a portion of our collective efforts to bring various mandates of the CLCPA to bear and to achieve the clean energy future demanded by the public. They're one of several strategies in what has been a multi-year, multi-pronged approach whose roots precede all the commissioners here today. And importantly, to be clear, it has been through the actions of this body, the Public Service Commission, that New York State began to invest in renewable energy, both land-based renewables and more recently offshore wind. And it is through this body that those investments will continue. The petitions before us today for inflation adjustments exist because we've experienced an unprecedented series of events over the last few years. Events that have reverberated throughout the world, affecting financial markets and supply chains in ways previously unimaginable. No jurisdiction has avoided what now confronts us in New York. And while the nature of the projects and the contracting mechanisms and a variety of other variables come to play throughout, the basic challenge that we and other jurisdictions have faced is ultimately external factors shifting the ground of existing conditions. We're all facing the same challenges. Now, the Commission is not making a decision to determine if these projects should or should not be part of our clean energy future. The Commission made the decision to support the development of renewable energy projects many, many years ago. And we did this through multiple orders, including, but not limited to, the creation of the Renewable Portfolio Standard and the Clean Energy Standard. This Commission has repeatedly reinforced the importance of renewable energy and its role in supporting our way of life, while addressing the damage caused by the combustion of fossil fuels. And today, the Commission is deciding whether to provide these vendors with additional compensation. Mr. Padula, would you mind repeating the value of that compensation for me again?
So the value of the relief is a $12 billion impact, and that's on top of the already committed contract of approximately $10 billion.
So if I'm hearing you right, these developers are asking for more than double what they've already bid.
The effect of what they're asking for doubles the OREC and REC payments that ratepayers would be responsible for.
Thank you. I think that's an important point. So, in looking at these petitions and what's before us today, the choice before the Commission is to provide what would in effect be an extra 100% or more towards these projects. You know, in thinking this through, one of the guiding stars of the decision making is, will this decision allow us to achieve our goals? Will we get to 70% by 2030? 100% emissions free by 2040? And the thing about these objectives is they're more than just objectives written on paper, they're part of the law. And their achievement isn't so much a question of if, but how. So if we're going to achieve these goals, we need to make sure all our multi-pronged investments are going to be successful. Over the last few years, we've allocated $1 billion in funds towards energy efficiency programs. We've developed our land-based renewable program, and that continues, and we've supported that with over $4 billion in transmission and distribution investments. And we've also reinforced our transmission planning processes, both to support the integration of land-based and offshore wind. And in doing these and all the other actions, which I won't list, we've always done this with the goal of moving forward towards those CLCPA objectives. And we're also doing this by working more closely and enhancing our relationships with state partners such as NYSERDA, the DEC, NYPA, and others, to name a few. But I want to reinforce this is one portion of what we've done with the Commission. And our collective actions, again, pursued with the goal of accelerating our progress towards the climate goals, are more than just this one action. These projects are not everything. They do not represent the entirety of our efforts to address climate change. They are one part of our portfolio. And as with any portfolio, different assets produce different results. Providing this relief today would break precedent in many ways. A precedent that has served New York State well and has been a core tenet in all our strategies deployed in achieving our climate goals. So by rejecting this relief, we signal to every vendor that our contracts, our commitments, are worth the paper they are written on. We signal that ratepayer funds are not an unlimited piggy bank just at anyone's disposal. And we also signal that the standards of review we provide to the private sector should be just as stringent to those we provide to utilities we regulate. Now, there's no doubt in my mind that the successful completion of these projects will aid in getting us to 70 by 30. But I want to reiterate, these aren't the only projects. And taking exception today almost guarantees that we will be asked again to do this in the future. So as important as offshore wind and land-based renewable energy is towards achieving our goals, even more important is the manner in which we pursue those goals. This Commission has long recognized the importance of competitive procurement and the process and the role it plays in protecting ratepayers. It is the single most important tool for addressing the information asymmetry inherent in any procurement process. And for this reason, the Commission has long held the view that ratepayers are best protected through competitive procurement. And this is a position we first codified way back in 2004 in the first RPS, and a position we have reinforced again and again through all our subsequent actions. Altering this long-standing arrangement by agreeing to these terms, the terms in the petitions before us, petitions again asking for significant modifications outside of a normal contractual process, that's a reversal of decades of precedent. And to do so would ultimately undermine not only these projects, but all current and future efforts towards our climate goals. When Governor Hochul asked me to take this role, she asked that I take it with dedication and distinction, providing the requested relief run counter to that commitment that I made 2 years ago. It would undermine the authority of this Commission and years of precedent, and ultimately serve to tarnish any future actions taken and cloud the nature of any future benefits accrued. Large-scale renewable development is a key pillar in how we achieve our goals, and today's action does not change that. So to the developers, we have a deal. We expect all developers, no matter how large, to abide by their commitments. And the Commission, again, maintains its commitment to the long-established practice of competitive procurement and the sound economic principles that serve as its foundation. The developers should stand by the terms of their contracts and work within the boundaries of those agreements for potential relief. And if they cannot, request to cancel and be eligible to rebid in the future. New York State entered into these contracts with you because of your experience in all aspects of renewable energy development. And we ultimately will look forward to that continued partnership in helping us realize our clean energy goals. To DPS staff and our state partners at NYSERDA, who I'm sure are watching, you've labored almost more than a decade to develop the technical and economic basis behind our offshore wind efforts. And I know this is a difficult situation. A difficult situation made more so by vocal parties who, looking from a distance, know little of the effort required just to get to this point. Should these developers fail in their ability to provide to comply with their contractual obligations, it is through your efforts that we will seek out new alternatives. Alternatives we must seek with haste. And so I'll end my comments with the recognition that in any moment of a decision, the best thing you can do is the right thing. The next best thing is the wrong thing. And the worst thing you can do is nothing. The record developed through the course of this proceeding makes it clear to me that today's action, taking in the context of all previous commission actions and all future New York State needs to address climate change, this is the right thing. New York will continue to lead, but we will not be willingly led onto a path that jeopardizes all our future endeavors. Thank you. And Commissioner Berman.
Thank you, Chair. It's not lost on me, sort of the weight of all of this. Being an energy regulator during this energy expansion, though, must be really easy because everyone on social media apparently has the answers on how to do it. And generally, when I do anything right, I learn from social media experts how wrong I am. For me, the role I have is one that I take very seriously, as do my fellow commissioners. I keep in mind that the challenge and the goal of New York State energy policy is to balance reliability, environmental sustainability, and the cost of energy supply to meet the needs and demands of consumers and to support the growth of our New York State economy. I am an unapologetic economic regulator. I recognize that projects like these present economic development opportunities as part of our clean energy transition. But I am mindful that in the midst of this rapid transition to meet the requirements set forth in our clean energy goals and policies and laws, I have to support reasonable and prudent efforts to comply with the law and the regulations, and also to balance our other statutory obligations. My job as a regulator is to understand the nature of the vulnerabilities and overall risks faced in this transition. And as we move forward with our decarbonization goals and grid infrastructure improvements, we must recognize that we must ensure we do not lose sight of reliability and resiliency of the grid, and we do so with costs in mind. I do have some prepared remarks, but there are some threshold issues that are important for me to clarify before I explain my vote. First, there has been a lack of clarity on what's before us, as the chair spoke about. The lack of clarity on what specifically is on the session and exactly what we would be voting on or not. It is something for us to look forward in how can we do also a better job of that. Our preliminary agenda, our final agenda, did not necessarily give detail on which petitions we were taking up, which we're not taking up, but also we left sort of out there whether we would be, even before we got to preliminary agenda, taking up something in the October session. In light of the weight of all of this, I do think it's important that we make very clear before we are presented with the item today, in the future, exactly what we're voting on and what we're not voting on. And clarifying some of those misperceptions out there. Further, the petitions coming to us, the 3 petitions coming to us all at once on the same day, seeking expedited relief, I think really was something that left me spinning, trying to figure out what was going on, what was happening, what the trigger was, and understanding how this all came all at once. It concerns me. It concerns me that they came not only the day before my birthday, but be that as it may, I had good reading for my birthday. It came as if we had to immediately make this decision. As if those folks who were submitting the petition never understood the regulatory process and the prudency and the importance of making sure that we have moving in a way that is a path forward that is helpful, rather than being in a crisis panic mode, deciding something because we have to get to that decision in October because they say so. There are plenty of petitions that come in that explain why it's important for expedited relief, that give good detail on that we decide and we weigh, is this important? Some, I think, actually explain and we never take them up. So we have to do a better job of clarifying what we will do in terms of looking, because it is for us to determine our workload and how we are going to move forward in a way that makes sense. And frankly, these petitions, as much as they're very important for decision making, did take away from other critical work that is actually helpful to the very things that these projects need. So for me, it left me concerned. Moreover, coming in what frankly felt like at the last hour, because then you have to sap it so that you can get to the commission, there were other triggers that should have brought them in sooner, even if it wasn't official. There was an ACE New York letter to NYSERDA that went unanswered. Looking at a lot of the earning calls, transcripts on all of the companies, it's been a history of information. At any point during that time, folks could have come over to the commission and commissioners and asked to talk about what was on the horizon and what were some of the concerns and what they were thinking about. We'd follow the right ethics rules for a meeting. We'd follow the right disclosure rules for a meeting. We'd follow the right protocols and what we can and can't talk about. And we'd follow the regulatory process that is sound. And then threshold issue for me is, who's the right petitioner? Now, I do believe that member organizations have a right to speak for their members collectively. Happens significantly. They know their members, they know their voice, they can collectively give us information that helps us in making our decisions. But when it gets into procurement and specific contract information, I think that there's a duty for a membership organization to take a hard look on the appropriateness of submitting on behalf of some of their members a petition. You want to support it? You want to not support it? You want to weigh in? So be it. But in and of itself, there's a threshold question of, are you the right petitioner to speak collectively? Because you're not asking for a collective decision. You're just kind of taking some of the members and saying, this is what we believe, but they're hiding behind this petition. That makes it harder. And we actually have in other cases, ESCO's come to mind, said, hey, I get that you may want to speak for behalf of your members, but there are times when your members need to tell us and tell the public who they are without us having to sort of look at things from a confidential perspective and all that. There's a need for transparency. There's a need for clarity, especially when the organization is making clear they do not speak for all of their members. I was struck by the fact that we have a sister agency who I believe really is focused on doing the right thing. But they submitted to us a comments brief with their independent consultant without taking a position, inexplicably neutral. They are not only the sister agency who is involved in these things, they are the procurement entity. And so it is something for me to weigh, what does that mean if they are looking to remain neutral? It is their procurement process that is also being called into question and having to be looked at. So for me, I need to understand what's going on. Are you for it? Are you against it? Why neutral? What's the signal I'm supposed to take from that? I believe in good faith they were trying, at least as I read the tea leaves, they were trying to make sure that they weren't doing anything inappropriate or perceived as inappropriate in the procurement process. But that lack of clarity and that lack of taking a position, which they have done historically, even including bringing their own petitions, caused me to pause. And I think it caused others to pause. Voices missing, LIPA and NIPA, other state agencies involved in the state procurement process. The threshold issue is around the appropriate response and the legality and the policy implications for procurements in general. Therefore, every state agency, every state entity that has a procurement process should take pause in what the implications are if the commission decides to change the procurement process, which, while within our orders, is also intricately tied to the state procurement law, guidelines, regulations, and has impact implicitly, directly and indirectly, on other state agencies and processes. Others who remain somewhat inexplicably neutral, Pulp and UIU, the consumer advocates. They weighed in, but not kind of taking a whole position. It left me wondering what else. As played out in the press, there's a recognition that commissioners, myself being one of them, met with parties to the proceeding. Again, following the ethics laws, following the right protocols, ensuring we disclosed. Making clear to the folks that came before us that we have to go on what is in the record. It is important that we make decisions not based on who comes to us, but based on what is in the record. Some of the comments that I heard were about we have visibility. These comments that are also in the public. If one of the petitioners spokesperson or executive director made a comment in an interview several times about they don't have visibility, we do. That was a common theme. We, the PSC, have visibility into these things, so if we have the information, it would be prudent to deny. I reject their interpretation of what visibility I do or do not have. The petitioners have significant visibility. The petitioners have significant visibility that the public does not have. The petitioners have significant visibility that me as an individual non-chair commissioner does not have. One of the things that is coming up is how do we protect confidential information? Very important. Confidential information that should not be shared with the public. But to the extent that there is information, at what point is it important for the public as a whole to understand? What's the transparency around what we're doing? During this time when the petitions were filed, things were not static. Things are still not static. There's a lot of global impact. There are other things that were happening and continuing to happen outside of the petitions. Other states, the federal government, our own state filing letters, seeking relief. And it left me, as a decision maker, trying to keep track of what was happening so that the record that was before me that I was looking at could be looked at globally from what is happening, so that I'm not making it in a siloed way, so that I am understanding how this works in real life impact. If there are other options, as was said at the NYSERDA board meeting, all options are on the table. We're looking at all options. What are those options? I believe that there is a responsibility to connect the dots from what is being asked and what is continuing to happen that may actually help formulate my opinion on what the right decision is. Moreover, coming in at the 11th hour concerned me. Why? Why are folks so interested in talking to me now? Preliminary agenda hadn't gotten released. Nothing seemed to be changed, except everybody and their mother wanted to talk to me. Not used to being the popular girl. I asked, why now? One former state official said, well, we don't usually do this with the commission. We don't usually come, you don't know the process. So if what triggered you then, as a former state official, why did she all of a sudden realize or think that it was important to come see me? Especially when I'm very clear. Your coming to see me doesn't give you a leg up or a leg down. It may help to clarify things, it may, but it doesn't necessarily change. The record is what I'm going by. Why did you not come much earlier? If you wanted, and the answer was, well, we want you to, if you have any questions or any more information, I want you to have that. Don't you think that would have helped me if you came a lot earlier so that I wasn't then being asked to take time away from trying to read the record to do the meetings. It was important for me, because people were asking to meet, that I should accept that, as long as it was appropriate ethically. But I just was concerned, and I am still concerned, about what happened that created this swirl to come in all of a sudden. The regulatory process is different from the legislative process. The regulatory process is one that is really important that we follow the record, that we look to what we need to do, and to have time to reflect and make the right decision. What is clear to me from this draft order is we support competitive markets. Hard stop. It has worked. It will continue to work. And we need to be mindful of making sure that our competitive markets are enabled to be sound, that we are prudently helping to support that, and that we, if we need to evolve, because we do need to look perhaps at some of our state policy procurement processes and our state policies in general, if we need to make changes to that to support the competitive markets, we should be looking at that, as we do. The overriding theme has been, again, the threshold issue of whether or not to make changes to existing awards. Transparent and competitive bidding process is important. A transparent bidding process that complies with fiscal responsibility is significantly important. Those who don't want us to support the petitions have said that doing this would compromise the confidence in the procurement process. It would create precedent that has far-reaching implications. It would distort market pricing, and it would create significant litigation risk. Further, folks said allowing this after bids were awarded goes against best practices. It would instill lack of confidence in the market and the regulatory processes, and that we may actually chill a robust future procurements. On the other side, there's exceptional circumstances, understandably. Very clearly laid out in the petitions. No one is questioning those exceptional circumstances. The reality is, I am very sympathetic to all of that. Again, I'm an unapologetic economic regulator who believes that many of these projects present economic development opportunities in our clean energy transition. I started with that. So I looked at this, and I looked in the record to figure out the pathway. Challenges, we also had competing consultants. They sort of presented some information. Petitioners said that wasn't right, that wasn't good enough. And there was this sort of clash of trying to figure out what made sense. Normally, we probably would have said, we can't get this on the October session because we have to do our own independent consultant work or our own work. We have to do our own analysis as best we could. And we have to kind of look at all this. There were, again, reply comments flying in last few days. I think some of them were actually helpful to illuminate more the challenges, but also illuminate why denial and rebid, the rebidding aspect, is also a challenge, and why they might disagree with NYSERDA. So normally we would say, you know what, we got to take a pause, we got a lot of good comments, we got to figure this out. But we go back to, the petitioners said, do it now or it's over. We need it now. We can't wait to November. We can't wait to December. We have to have a decision now. Okay. With that, we'll do the best that we can. There's a lot of information that's still missing. A lot of information on, well, is there a response to the letter that was sent by regional governors and energy and environmental officials on the Northeast? What does that look like? What does that mean? What are some of all the options are on the table? How does that all work together? How can we figure this out? So now that you probably thought those were my prepared remarks, which they were not, I will now go to my prepared remarks. It is important for me to set the table on where I came to, and these were some of the things that really for me were very important to work through. The draft order to deny upholds the state's longstanding support of competitive markets, in particular the Commission's competitive procurement practices to ensure the most equitable and cost-effective method of supporting the renewable energy industry. The level of relief being requested here in these petitions is jaw-dropping. Jaw-dropping. Over $12 billion additional in net present value, and the rate impacts would also be shockingly above and beyond what we already as a state collectively committed ratepayers to in supporting their projects in their original contracts. The billions of dollars of added cost to ratepayers is a fundamental concern for me as a commissioner and for the commission, as you will see in the draft order, and should be of concern for everyone. I have a fiduciary responsibility to the ratepayers, and in carrying out my energy regulatory role, to do so mindfully of what my responsibility is. I have to look at this through the lens of what is the right thing to do for New York ratepayers and upholding our core statutory responsibility of commissioners to ensure safe and reliable service at just and reasonable rates. For me, this decision breaks down to a few key issues we have to weigh as a commission. What is just and reasonable? Concerns about undermining or violating competitive procurement rules and procedures. The best methods to prudently seek to implement the state's climate goals while maintaining system reliability. Analysis of where we may need to re-examine what we are doing, and if we need some course correction in our state policies, and that granting such relief requested could set very bad precedent for the future and actually undermine the integrity of the regulatory process. Unlike the standard process that we should go through in rate cases, where we go through an 11-month process of intense scrutiny of the utility's financial request, where all parties in the case should have the opportunity to use the evidentiary process to get access to information, one of which is also before us today. The petitioners here control all the information underlying their contracts. Several commenters raised this concern, including the Utility Intervention Unit, which noted that altering contract terms after terms are defined can diminish the competitive process that potentially disadvantages those bidders not selected in a respective solicitation and consumers who are paying for the project. The unsuccessful bidders may have included a risk premium that could be less than the rec price adjustment ACE New York is seeking in its petition. UIU also noted that the Commission and its Department of Public Service staff have a wealth of experience reviewing details of utilities' proposed projects and rate cases and the corresponding financing structures. I want to thank them for recognizing the expertise of the Commission and the Department of Public Service staff. These petitions did not afford us the same opportunity for a detailed financial review as we normally have in our rate case process. And I've actually been on record at times when I do believe we're doing things outside of the rate case that I think is not helpful from a prudency perspective. The fact that these petitions were submitted in the first place raises a lot of concerns. I support that folk were coming forward. I support that they were saying they're having trouble and they're looking for solutions. However, we can't operate in a vacuum and in silo, and we can't operate in saying, okay, we're going to do this now because this is the out-of-box solution. It's not an out-of-box solution. It's a Hail Mary. It's not helpful. I support good faith looking and getting together as stakeholders and figuring out what we need to do. The concerns really relate to how we procure new projects. In terms of future procurements, I think we need to have a conversation on what future procurement should look like and what guardrails we need to put in place, including how to hold all of us accountable. How do we do this, ensuring that we are going to make commitments, stick to them, but also understand the landscape that is there and that may be there? How do we forecast some of the challenges that will come? We all have a role in that. While it is certainly possible that future procurements can result in an increased cost, it is also possible that future procurements could result in more competitive pricing than the relief asked for by the petitioners. Future awards would also be the result of a competitive process where all developers have equal access to participation and securing awards versus the non-competitive nature of what was being asked of us in these petitions. However, I do recognize, especially from the reply comments that came in, that there are challenges and that there are situations in what it means to terminate a contract and now to rebid. It's not as simple as I'm either going to do this or I'm going to terminate and I'll just rebid. There are a lot of dynamics that have to go into place here. Part of the challenge for us is we should be looking at what some of these challenges are, because it is not just a clean move to rebid. Moreover, we need to give people confidence in whatever future solicitations we do. So we have to be doing it mindful of globally everybody having an opportunity to participate. At the same time, there's going to be history in people understanding that they had to terminate for reasons that are legitimate, and now they're being penalized and they have to now take into account that. So there's a whole, what I see as a, what does this look like now? What are some of the out-of-box solutions? But we can't be the trigger to just solve it all, which would literally undermine the entire essence of the competitive market. I understand that staff is in the midst of conducting a biannual review of the Clean Energy Standard, and I want staff to take this opportunity to do a detailed review of all of our efforts within the Clean Energy Standard, including the procurement of renewable energy. For me, this cannot be just a check-the-box review as we've seen too often in the past. Instead, we should see this as a reset moment to ensure we are being very thoughtful about the best way to advance the state's clean energy goals and mitigate negative impacts to energy affordability. But that's not enough. We can't just rely on the CES biannual review as the thing that we're going to do to solve all issues. This is the moment. It has been the moment. It's been building to this for us to be more open and transparent on the real challenges ahead. We are seeing people standing up now and saying, enough. The Business Council, Chambers of Commerce, communities, individual folks are raising concerns. We have to be responsive to that. I feel it is problematic, for example, that we have offshore wind procurements by themselves rather than competing against other qualifying large-scale renewable technologies. We have to go back to our technology neutral, our technology, we're not picking winners and losers. I understand there's a separate target for offshore wind, got that. But there's still a need to evaluate all technologies on equal footing for their contribution to the state's renewable energy goals and electric demand needs, and evaluated based on cost effectiveness and technical feasibility and resiliency. I also think that our review, including the biannual review, should evaluate the current structure of procurement and ensure we have proper oversight of NYSERDA to mitigate the risk to ratepayers of future petitions like the ones before us today. We have a responsibility to not say, okay, we decided, now, yes, you have to make some decisions, but we also have to, as I agree with our sister agency, we have to figure it all out together. All options have to be on the table, and we all have to work together and collaborate. We simply cannot and should not deviate from both the Commission as well as broader state competitive procurement practices and requirements. If we are saying today that competitive markets are important, we have to hold steady to that. And we have to really listen to what that means and what our own challenges are in that being difficult to have true competitive markets. If we don't, doing so would put us in a dangerous position for all future procurements in not being able to hold folks to sign contractual agreements that are meant to ensure projects actually get delivered in a way that is transparent and the best interest of ratepayers. I'm also concerned about the very dangerous precedent that granting the requested relief could set in future requests from competitively awarded projects that may experience cost increases for whatever reason, in wanting to come back to the Commission for additional financial support. Granting relief could also lead to less competitive behavior in future solicitations. I couldn't agree more with the comments that came in on that. Bidders could assume the potential for future post-contract state financial support, which could lead to bids that undervalue inherent economic and business risks. Thus, bids would not be priced in such a way to promote efficient and cost-effective project development in support of New York's climate goals. So there is certainly a risk that we in the state would be taking on if the relief is granted, that other entities outside of these petitions that have contracts for projects, either current or future, would want to come back for more money and jeopardize the integrity of future procurements. While folks in these petitions may decide to back away from their commitments, others may certainly take their place. But I pause because we have to recognize that we as a state were also bringing along these folks. And so it's not enough for us to say, well, somebody else is going to take your place. We do have an obligation to make people feel that we are working as a whole. It is important to note that there are still other petitions out there that we're not addressing today, including 2 filed by Tier 4 transmission developers, Clean Path New York and Champlain Hudson Power Express. Let me make clear, in my view, since these petitions are simply seeking similar relief, only if relief were to be granted to the offshore wind and land-based renewable developers, those petitions should likely be considered moot if the Commission votes in support of the draft order to deny the 3 petitions today. I also look at what is before us today in the context of what is happening in other states and at the federal government level. The state has taken action in recent months to advocate to the federal government for additional financial support to combat the impacts of inflation. I'm not sure that those efforts will be successful, and even if they are successful, I'm not sure, A, that they will fully ameliorate the real challenges ahead or actually be the right thing to do. I do recognize the need for others to step up, though, to the plate, that have a shared interest in what we're doing and having good projects developed, instead of what has been the case for us to date, with the burden being focused on New York State ratepayers to fund almost entirely the clean energy transition. We also have to examine where some of our well-meaning state policies and laws have actually made things more difficult and actually brought us to go backwards. I observe that no other state is being asked to do what we're being asked to do here. So far, there have been instances of a few states being asked to renegotiate contracts, and while some have granted relief, I point out there are a few key differences. First, those that have granted relief were mainly for land-based renewables to a much smaller set of projects with, for the most part, a much smaller increase in price. For the 2 states that granted relief to offshore wind developers, at least to my knowledge, New Jersey and Maryland, these 2 states did so via legislation, and in the case of New Jersey, it was just to share the benefits of tax credits not previously included in contracts. And in the case of Maryland, it was to adjust the contracts so that taxpayers were bearing part of the project cost. That's very different from what's being asked of us in these petitions. Conversely, many states have rejected requests for additional financial relief, citing concern for impacts on ratepayers and to competitive process, including Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, and Maine, as well as New Jersey for land-based renewable energy projects. I take a pause, though. It is not static in what is happening outside of our state. There's a lot of moving parts, a lot of people talking to a lot of people, figuring out whether they should partner, whether they should go it alone, whether they should bring in others from other states. So we have to be very mindful that we need to be talking and collaborating on a regional basis as well. But we also need to be mindful that we're not all playing against each other. The goal has to be that we all are doing this for the economic benefit of everyone. The goal has to be true good energy policy that is helping ensure the reliability of the grid, the resiliency of the grid, and that it's safe and affordable. It is incredibly troubling that in recent press articles and or within the actual record before us, that folks are placing the blame on us as the commission for not being able to proceed and signaling that by denying the relief requested, this commission will be to blame for these projects no longer being economically viable. But I take a pause. there is a huge weight on these petitioners, on their employees, on their families, on the communities that they're working with. So we do have to take some blame as a state. We do have to take some time to figure out what works holistically and come up with out-of-the-box solutions that everyone can get behind. We recognize there are many factors that contributed to the economic issues facing the petition. We as a commission are really trying. We as an agency, state agency, are really trying. We have not been provided a lot of guidance or funding to achieve the mandate to build 9 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2035 and 70% electricity from renewable energy by 2030. And we have to make sure we do this right, and we do it responsibly, and we do it in a way that doesn't make things go backwards. The fact that there's a troubling default expectation that ratepayers should bear the risks and costs of the economic issues facing these projects, as well as other state clean energy policy goals, is just absurd. I would challenge NYSERDA and others to work with all stakeholders, not just developers, to assess what other means are available to help support any negative economic constraints folks are facing. And if, as here, folks decide they cannot proceed with their projects, that's an enormous decision. And while they likely will have an opportunity to participate in future solicitations, it does weigh on me. And it does mean for me that we have an obligation to ensure that we can't just say all options are on the table and send letters asking for help if we don't clearly articulate what else may be able to be done and work together to figure out solutions. The Commission over the last several decades has taken considerable actions to enable the clean energy transition. I stand ready to work with everyone that want to responsibly and cost-effectively advance projects to ensure the state's climate goals and reliability needs are met. Lastly, it's clear that there are mounting cost pressures throughout the utility industry, as evidenced in these petitions and other recent rate cases, including, again, the one before us later today. There is a need, as I've been saying, to look more holistically at the impact all of the different policies are having on the energy burden across all customer classes. Yes, we have the CLCPA review, which is a very good step forward in providing transparency on current rate impacts of the state's climate goals. But we need to go further, both on expected future rate increases and on the impacts of all of the state's policies impacting utility rates, energy affordability, including those outside of the Commission's purview. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Elisa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and my colleagues, staff. First, let me applaud your courage and wisdom in bringing this to us for a vote. I fully embrace that, and I am going to support it. I'm a little stymied by what has occurred here, and having gone through some briefings and meetings and looking at this overall process, trying to apply many years of experience, based on the fact that I think I am the oldest person here, and the old adage that with age comes wisdom, although Commissioner Majori readily points out that that's not necessarily true in my case. But I can tell you that I do have many years of experience in a business that was built on the bidding process, and where every bid that we submitted over the course of decades with various entities, whether it was governmental, private, individuals, every bid had a CPI clause in there, Consumer Protection Index. Because we did recognize that inflation was, in fact, something that will always be around, sometimes active, sometimes dormant. And during the briefings that we had, the most astounding thing I heard, as we heard many things, but the most astounding thing I heard on 3 separate occasions from 3 different people was we never saw inflation coming. And I have to tell you that I just found that unbelievable because many financial planners and other financial people will generally go arbitrarily, they'll go over 50 years to track the economy, track the market, track ups and downs. And if you do go back 50 years, you can see what has happened with inflation. And you can see it in the early 70s, you can see it in the late 70s, you can see it in 1987, 2000, 2009. So, for someone to say that they never saw inflation coming and never built in any protection against that, any real protection against that, tells me that either they thought that would get slipped through and they could make an adjustment later, because a lot of people in business come back once they won a bid and say, we have a work change order, and that's where they make their money. This is different, and I don't want to think that the approach was the same. Let's get the bid and then we'll worry about the cost. But I do see some smoke on the horizon here, and so I don't think that we would be wrong in canceling this. In fact, I think that we would be absolutely right in canceling this for the obvious reasons, but also because I think if somebody's that inexperienced that they couldn't even contemplate the possibility of inflation and then come back and contemplate the idea that we would accommodate their inability to see that, we'd have no choice but to cancel. If we went forward, and if we were to say, okay, well, let's do this. What do you do with every bid that comes down the road? And I think that's already been discussed. It's in the report. It's in my colleagues' comments. We would be doing nothing more than corrupting the bidding process, no matter where it occurred on state projects or municipal projects. We would have a loss of credibility, to be sure, but we would also be limiting the number of experienced bidders, because many people would just say, let's not get involved here. It makes no sense. That would lead to higher costs, obviously. So as I see it, without beating a dead horse, we don't have any choice but to accept what's before us and cancel. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. Commissioner Evans?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. So I just want to start with reading one of the alerts that I received yesterday from the environmental and labor and business community that held a rally to highlight the critical necessity of offshore wind in meeting our climate goals and growing a green local economy. They will identify the benefits of offshore wind to our region, the compelling need to achieve our climate leadership and community protection law mandates for clean energy, as well as the jobs and economic benefits that we are already starting to see from offshore wind. We need the Governor and the Public Service Commission to know that Long Islanders and New Yorkers support offshore wind. We urge New York State to move forward with the 5 selected offshore wind projects and ensure we do not delay our transition from polluting fossil fuels to renewable energy. So let me just say that I agree with you. We are in agreement. And we are not stopping this from going forward. We are not. The developers have a contract. And it is correct that they have supply chain bottlenecks, high inflation, increased global demand, and rising interest rates. And so have the other hundreds or thousands of companies that also have contracts all around the state through municipalities, state agencies, federal agencies, and they are living up to their contracts. So there is nothing different that is happening to these companies that happened to all of the other companies. So the audacity that you would think that this commission would grant an additional $12 billion from an RFP is just not doable. My colleague said that she is unapologetic supporter of the economy. I am an unapologetic supporter of labor. And during these briefings with the developers and their partners who have come, I asked key questions. So within your $12 billion, how many more jobs are you creating with those $12 billion? How much more is going to be going to the folks in labor that are paying for additional prices at the supermarket and have had to struggle with their families? How much more money is going to them? How much of this shared cost is going to go to the taxpayers, all of which have had high inflation rates, struggling businesses, struggling economy? No one gave me a positive answer. Not one. So this commission, we are absolutely in favor of CLCPA. But if this were to go forward, there's no reason why any of the contracts that we have awarded in the past, the ones that currently are in place, and the future ones would not be able to say, well, what about me? What about me? They have received federal dollars in order to get this done. We need for these jobs and these projects to go forward. We are not stopping these jobs from going forward. And it is the expectation, my expectation, is that they live up to the contract that they bid for. And if they can't, then say so. But to put this on us and the business community and the environmental community and the labor community, and to say, well, you have to give us $12 billion more dollars, or we're going to walk away. Walking away is your choice. And we certainly hope that you do not do that. But it is on you. It is not on us. We need to make sure that these projects go forward, but they need to do so in a way that is within the keeping of our procurement process. I was very clear on what this was going to be voted on. And the developers may not have understood the regulatory process, but they daggone well understand the bid process. They bid. They got the contract. Live up to your contract, or say that you can't. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Howard?
Actually, I think it's time for a bit of levity. My colleague, Commissioner Alisi, in the past made reference to the moonshot and the Apollo program. You know, today's session is a lot like what Apollo 17. We stopped paying attention. But today, it appears people are paying attention in a way that has been sadly lacking across the body politic on these issues for the last several years. In fact, I believe we are now at an inflection point in how New York State will deal with large-scale renewables as part of the CLCPA process, or as amended or not amended and going forward. If there is a good outcome from today, is that greater scrutiny and more transparency and public awareness is now coming to the fore. Something that I believe has been tragically lacking. And as we go forward on these deliberations, folks from all parts of the state need to take a much more active role in their awareness, not only of what this commission does, but acts of the legislature and other state agencies. And why should all New Yorkers care? Because all New Yorkers will pay. There has been this illusion that the CLCPA and large-scale renewables, particularly offshore wind, is the exclusive domain of Long Island and New York City. Oh no, we all pay. Matter of fact, it's a 50-50 deal. Long Island and New York City pay roughly half. Everybody else pays half. I find it amazing or interesting that Long Island advocates particularly rightly support offshore wind, because the lion's share of the benefits will accrue to that region, maybe our most heavily dependent fossil region in the state. And Newsday today, Long Island's titular voice, conflates what we're doing today with taxpayer money. Nothing could be farther than the truth. The CLCPA, as amended, says nothing about state tax dollars going to support these broad-scale decarbonization methods. In fact, its silence means that there is only one mechanism to pay. That is through this commission and directly billing ratepayers. Maybe the least progressive way to pay for something that one could have imagined. Rich, poor, doesn't matter. We all pay the same rates. And our tax policy in New York, I believe, is quite progressive. I'm supportive of that. It is high time that we leverage that progressivity. And getting back to Long Island, why should they be so joyous? Well, because they're only going to pay about 13% on the dollar for these offshore projects. They get the jobs, they get the benefits, and both environmental and economic. Those benefits do not accrue to everybody equally. And I have said for some time, and on a variety of my votes that have been negative, is because I believe that the beneficiaries of these projects, or any project, should bear the lion's share of the costs. But that's not how it works. And when the initial orders were making the statewide load share ratio, nobody paid attention. You know why? There was nothing to spend. There was no load share to share. But now, we now know that there is money involved, that all ratepayers from Niagara to Suffolk will pay. And that is why I plead decision makers, particularly those members of the legislature, understand we're all in this together. something that you supported in the CLCPA but failed to tell anybody how we were going to pay for anything. And that came to here because we have become the role of the de facto taxpayers. There's two ways the state of New York can get money. We can raise taxes, or we can ask the Public Service Commission to put our hands in people's pockets to pay more money. That latter needs to change. And now is the time to change it. You know, I'll leave that because it's too snotty. You know, another ironic twist, particularly dealing with the offshore issues. You know, advocates across New York State want New York State to divest all its funds from oil and gas companies. The state pension fund that I'm a part of, SUNY and CUNY endowments, private endowments as well. I find it more than ironic that the same logic does not extend to NYSERDA renewable contracts, the lion's share of which in the offshore space are going to petroleum producing companies, either directly or through their partnership. I got that they have the money, but people should know who we are contracting with and feel as comfortable with that as they would about divesting the state pension fund from these same companies. I also now believe it's time to reevaluate New York State's quite unique among the 50 states renewable procurement process, especially when it comes to how these costs are allocated to ratepayers statewide. Additionally, the rhetoric that has surrounded this and other issues regarding the CLCPA, that implementation will cost ratepayers less. That illusion may be true decades from now, but in the ensuing decade, costs will rise, and costs will rise significantly. We are just on the toe of the curve to pay for CLCPA investments. We don't know, because we haven't told anybody, how high that curve could go and when to expect that impact. My plea to the legislature at this time is to take actions now to supply a more equitable financing scheme to not only these offshore and terrestrial renewables, but the CLCPA mandate in its entirety. You know, one of the things, and I agree with Commissioner Edwards, the histrionics of certain individuals who have commented on this case, particularly those who claim that the denial of these petitions result in the physical harm to New Yorkers, particularly our most vulnerable New Yorkers. While these comments provide red meat to the media, they are not responsible, because everything has its consequences. You know, and finally, inflation is real. And as my colleague, Commissioner Alisi has, and in this room, the issue of inflation has been talked about many times. Because history goes the way of all flesh sometimes, it doesn't make it not true. The easiest way to find out how we got here today is think about how we got here in the past with other major initiatives in New York State, in particular nuclear construction, which had enormous inflationary pressures and a variety of regulatory schemes that pushed the construction of 2 nuclear plants over 1,200% in cost. That discussion and those things happened here about our predecessors at this dais. Do not forget that. And do not put us in a position where history gets repeated and we build a new mousetrap every time we're confronted with it. It is time that we deal with these issues in its entirety. Something that it may be the only positive outcome of today's decision. That we broaden the constituencies that are involved in these decisions and let them know what it means, not only for their environmental benefits, but what it means of how much money they have to take out of their pockets every month to pay for it. And keep in mind that we cannot kill our economy and kill the economies of families in our zeal to single-handedly clean up the environment. A goal that I 100% support. What I do not support and will continue not to support is this exclusive ratepayer funded mechanism by which to pay. I understand that other efforts are being made to ask the federal government for more money to help our parallel goals of increasing renewables, particularly in the offshore space. I would be naive at this time to believe that the federal government's capable of anything, or particularly giving the Northeast United States maybe tens, if not hundreds of billions of dollars worth of more relief. I think that is politically naive, and it's a great concept. I hope it works. I'm not hopeful. Lastly, to the integrity of state procurement contracting. While this deals with the contracts of one state authority, it will have a ripple effect upon every state authority in particular. And our unique, not exclusively to New York, but we do it like no other state. Push things off our state budget, and we have now for almost a century, putting them on authorities. Whether it's running our mass transit system in downstate New York, how we finance dormitories, and a variety of other things, including cannabis stores, and how we maintain the thruway, and a variety of other state agencies, big and small, that this would have had a giant impact on those folks. Again, people are suffering. Inflation does hurt. Inflation hurts the least of us the most. Something that I become increasingly more conscious of every week that I'm here at the commission. And it is troubling. It is troubling. And our naive take, with our great zeal and ambition to be the nation's leader in renewables and climate protection, all laudable goals that I agree with. You know, I want to be 6'2", 175 pounds and a full head of hair. That's what I really want. That doesn't necessarily mean it will occur. So again, a much more reality-based decision-making process needs to emerge from today's vote. And in terms of supporting this was the day it was filed, it was almost an inevitability we would get to today. There wasn't a third alternative. It was either give them the money, don't give them the money, or potentially give them a half a loaf. And even giving them all the money or the half a loaf was no guarantee that any specific project would move forward. And those who advocate on behalf of this petition have admitted that and said, of particularly the 86 petitioners of the Yates petition, will they all go forward? Can you guarantee that will happen? No, some are still going to fall off. So again, we all need to be aware of where we are. And Mr. Chairman, I do appreciate your comments today. They were refreshing and candid, and I am hopeful that in this space, we take your comments to heart and move forward in a now restart on these issues. Eyes wide open and pocketbooks shut. But I will be supporting this order. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Valesky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I too appreciate all the comments that my colleagues have offered, beginning with you, Chair Christian. And I'll just pick up on one thing you said, and I always try to add something to the deliberations of the commission without prolonging the decision that we eventually must reach through the vote. Chair Christian, you had talked earlier about the obligation when you came on the commission, and I joined you at the same time as did Commissioner Majori. And I was reflecting and listening to your comments. It took me back, Marco, to your presentation almost 2 hours ago now, when you said something, on the one hand, relatively simple, but on the other hand, perhaps the most important thing that could be said this morning. You said the foundation on which the draft decision rests is the New York State Public Service Law, Section 65(1), which requires safe and reliable service at just and reasonable rates. Period. I think that's incredibly important. I hope that's what each and every one of us, those on the commission, those on staff, do every session with every draft order. Sometimes it seems to me when we have items that are brought before us that have more interest from various parties, sometimes that interest can be louder than other times, and sometimes it may be easy to get wrapped into the volume with which some legitimate opinions are expressed. But the reality is, I think it was Commissioner Berman who said that, she, myself, Commissioner Alisi, Commissioner Howard have a lot of experience in the regulatory process. We actually have more experience in the legislative process, and those are two very different things. So I come back to what I just said to you, Marco, and to everyone, that Public Service Law, Section 65(1), is our primary obligation. It is what we have to base all our decisions on. And as many meetings as we as commissioners had with interested parties, I know that you all, many sitting in this room and outside of this room, had even more of those meetings. And it can at times perhaps be difficult to be pulled away from that primary obligation that we all have. But you did not do that. You did not allow that to be done in this case, and I salute you, each and every one of you, for doing your job and doing your job well. Even knowing there are times when a significant portion of public opinion may not think that is necessarily the case. So I not only reminding us, Marco, that is the foundation on which this rests, I do want to just also enter into the record, because you took great care through the draft order, all of you who wrote the draft order, to go all the way back to 1996, and it reminds us that history, in fact, does matter. Thank you for reminding all of us, and hopefully those who will write about what we do today, that this is, in fact, your recommendation is, in fact, entirely consistent with what commissions have done in the past. And you included in your draft a reference to the 2010 order, where that commission at that time rejected a request to adjust the price component of a contract that incentivized electricity generation using biomass on the grounds that such adjustment would undermine the competitive process established for the RPS program at that time, back in 2010. So thank you for being as specific as that in fleshing out the record for for us today. And I think going forward, and that's not to say there weren't legitimate issues that were brought forth in the petitions, but I would hope that one of the takeaways on the part of the parties who filed these petitions, and others who will consider filing petitions on various matters in the future, take an extra moment before you file the petition. Go back and read the Public Service Law. Understand exactly what our obligation is as a commission and as a staff that so outstandingly supports this commission, and make sure you vet it through that process first. And finally, the last thing I don't have prepared remarks to offer, but I do want to enter into the record the conclusion of the draft order, which summarizes everything I think that everyone has said here incredibly well. And that is as follows. The Commission finds that competitive solicitations remain the best mechanism by which to meet its obligation to establish just and reasonable rates for renewable generation subsidies under Public Service Law, Section 65(1), on the path to meeting the renewable energy targets of the CLCPA. The relief sought here is not consistent with our well-established competitive paradigm for selecting cost-effective and viable renewable projects. For this reason and those discussed in the body of this order, the Commission denies the petitions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Majori?
Thank you. Let me start by thanking Marco for your presentation. I think both your presentation and also the language of the draft order have been especially clear and understandable, so thank you. I do have a couple of quick questions that I really think are basically yes or no questions before I get to my prepared remarks. And Marco, I sort of indicated to you that I was going to ask some questions about how the proposed formulas would work. And as I'm sitting here, I think that I have a sort of a single question targeting that line of inquiry that you might say way oversimplifies the matter. But the formulas, you had said during your remarks that the outcome of the formulas would not necessarily align with the actual increased costs of these projects. That's not exactly how you put it, but that's what I took from your remarks. So, way oversimplified version of this question. This is not analogous to, agreeing to pick up lunch and getting $10 and going to the restaurant and seeing that the lunch special is actually $15 and coming back and saying, I need another $5, otherwise I can't pay for lunch. This instead, the relief requested, actually involves a formula that could produce a number that does not actually align with the delta between the range that the developers had initially projected when they submitted their bid and the actual cost. Is that correct?
I think the point you're making is that the actual effect of the adjustment that was being requested isn't ultimately determined until a future time period, a future point in time. And at that point in time, then the difference between whatever the index was at the time of the bid was submitted versus the index as it is in the future, for example, at the date when developers enter into procurement contracts, as what the ACE New York petition was asking for. So those two time periods, the difference in those time periods, the difference in the adjustment being asked for would produce the increase.
Yeah. Okay.
And
I had more questions along these lines, but yeah.
And it may or may not align with their actual costs that they incur, as what you're
the point
you're trying to make.
Right. Yeah. Okay. A couple other, I think, yes and no questions, and thank you for that. So some of the commentators, including NYSERDA, have suggested alternate formulas. Commissioner Howard referred to half a loaf. Do you read any of the petitions or subsequent comments from the petitioners as allowing for any formula other than what they proposed as being viable?
Not from my read. of the petitions.
Yeah,
I think they
okay.
all make the case that they need what they're being asked for.
Okay. So the next question was implied by some of my colleagues' comments already, but I just want to make sure. Do any of the petitions indicate that approval of the relief that they're seeking guarantees that any of the projects will be completed on time for New York State to meet its CLCPA deadlines?
There are no guarantees. No.
Okay. And my final question before I get to my remarks is you had indicated, you had mentioned an estimated impact on ratepayers, and Commissioner Edwards did as well. But as I'm looking at the petitions, am I missing something? Or do any of the petitions actually indicate how much more ratepayers will be charged in order to satisfy the relief requested?
I think they give an estimate, but, not in total dollar terms. And I think the petitions really focus on an increase in their strike price. And
Right.
the $12 billion estimate is what the actual cost of the wreck would be to
Yeah.
ratepayers. And if
Right.
you notice, the increase in the strike price
Yeah.
is a certain percentage. It's about 50% increase. But the actual increase in the wreck payments that ratepayers make is over 100% increase. And that's due to
Right.
the way that the mechanism works. So it's a significant increase to ratepayers that they would be asking for.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Marco. I'm going to now refer to my prepared remarks and explain my vote. Let me say very clearly that I agree with the draft order. I agree with the chair's remarks and his assessment. DPS staff represents an executive agency. The Public Service Commission is separate and independent from the executive. That said, I independently arrive at the same conclusion, which is to say that I agree with the staff recommendation and therefore I agree with the executive on this matter. Those looking for daylight between me and the executive on this matter will find none. Also, and I just wrote this because I haven't heard what my colleagues were going to say before today, I apparently agree with all of my colleagues. I'm trying to think of a controversial order that this composition of the PSC has ever been unified on since I've been a commissioner. And I'm sure I'm forgetting something, but I'm at a loss at the moment. I did not know for sure what the staff was going to recommend until shortly before I read the draft order. Although I kept an open mind throughout the whole process, I was mentally preparing myself to possibly be making a much longer statement that I'm going to make, which is no longer necessary because, again, I am in agreement with the order. I know this particular item is getting an unusual amount of attention, so I will emphasize what stands out to me as key issues. First and most importantly, I cannot get past how granting the petitions would undermine and possibly obliterate the integrity of the competitive procurement process. There is an argument, which I'm not going to weigh in on, that approving these petitions will actually cost ratepayers less than whatever happens as a result of denying these petitions. That may or may not be true. What I find to be compelling is the idea that approving these petitions would likely set a precedent that could potentially spread to other state contracts that in the long run will be far costlier to ratepayers and taxpayers than maintaining the integrity of the competitive procurement process. As the draft order addresses the importance of the competitive procurement model further, I don't need to expand on this point, but just emphasize that I cannot get past it. For the sake of argument, if I could get past it, the more I parse what's being asked of us, the less convinced I am that approval of these petitions will result in an outcome that aligns with the reasons we would find most compelling to do so. The petitions do not guarantee that if approved, our CLCPA timeline would be met. They do not guarantee that any particular project will be up and running in time to meet out CLCPA deadlines. They do not specify how much more money is actually needed to complete these projects on time, and I'm not at all convinced that the formula approach, an approach that has no cap, by the way, will produce a number that actually matches the need. I can imagine scenarios where the formula either produces a number that's too big or too small, and if the number is too small, we can end up right back where we are today. Keep in mind that the main argument is that an adjustment is needed due to unforeseen circumstance. As we are reminded every day, tomorrow can easily bring some new unforeseen circumstance. So what are we being asked to do? Approve an adjustment that will cost ratepayers much more without a guaranteed result for doing so, and whether promised or not, might not produce a result that actually meets the need. Next, I have heard loud and clear that petitioners argue that their proposed adjustments are the only course of action that might achieve the desired result. I didn't see any petitioners, as you just indicated, Marco, embrace any of the NYSERDA hypothetical alternatives. So an attempt by us to approve some sort of compromise, as Commissioner Howard said, a half a loaf, would be a leap of faith, which isn't a really good way to make policy. Finally, I fully acknowledge that the petitioners made a compelling case that there is a problem. Approval of these petitions is not the only solution to the problem, or problems, as the case might be, and it might not be a solution at all. This commission has time and time again taken concrete actions to support the CLCPA. We will do so again. I have always supported the CLCPA. In the end, the best course of action to get to where we need to be is approval of this order, which is how I'm going to vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll now do a call for a vote. My vote is in favor of the recommendation to approve the rulemaking as discussed. Commissioner Berman, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Elisi?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Edwards?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Howard?
Yes.
Would you mind saying that again?
Pardon me. Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Valesky?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Majori?
Yes.
Thank you. The item is approved and the recommendations are adopted. And with that, I think we've all earned a bit of a break. It is now 12:33 by my watch. Let's take 30 minutes and we'll reconvene at 1:03 p.m. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. We now move to our second item for discussion today. Item 201, related to 4 cases. Case 22-E-0317, 22-G-0318, 22-E-0319, and 22-G-0320. The cases relate to the NYSEG and RGE gas and electric rates. It will be presented today by Judge Dakin Lee Cakes. Judge Erica Bergen, Jeff Hogan, Debbie Evans, and Richard Berkeley are available for questions. Judge Lee Cakes, please begin.
Thank you so much. And good afternoon, Chair Christian, and commissioners in our New York City hearing room, commissioners here in Albany. It really is a great honor to present this case to you today, which only occurs due to a coincidence of circumstances where one of the assigned judges and a dear friend of mine left the agency for other opportunities. And so I joined another good friend and colleague and a great judge in her own right, Erica Bergen, to help bring these matters to completion today. Fortunately, the judges in the Office of Hearings all have the utmost integrity and are professional, respectful, and most importantly, fair and impartial. I am truly blessed to be in my position as Chief Judge and to be able to serve with them. Now, turning to the matters at hand, before you is a draft order that adopts the joint proposal submitted in the New York State Electric and Gas and Rochester Gas and Electric rate cases. The cases were initiated by the 2 affiliated companies when, on May 26, 2022, they submitted testimony and exhibits seeking new rates based on an asserted need for additional revenue increases that, as of the company's August 2022 update, consisted of approximately $278.5 million for NYSEG Electric, a 16.5% increase on the company's total electric revenues. $30.5 million for NYSEG Gas, a 6.9% total revenue increase. $95.5 million for RG&E Electric, an 11.4% total electric revenue increase, and $33.1 million for RG&E Gas, an 8.6% total gas revenue increase. On receiving the filing, the assigned judges held a procedural conference and subsequently issued a procedural schedule that, among other things, set dates for the filing of responsive testimony by staff and the interveners, and the commencement of a litigated hearing to receive testimony and exhibits into the evidentiary record. On September 26, 2022, responsive testimony was filed by the parties. Staff was the only party to file testimony of an evidentiary nature that responded to the company's specific annual revenue increases and that addressed all of the other testimony filed by the utilities. After its review and audit of the company's filings, staff ultimately recommended annual revenue increases of $220 million for NYSEG Electric, a 13.1% total revenue increase, $9.9 million for NYSEG Gas, a 2.2% total revenue increase, $73.7 million for RG&E Electric, an 8.8% total revenue increase, and $24.9 million for RG&E Gas, a 6.4% increase. Staff, the companies, and other parties thereafter entered settlement negotiations. The negotiations resulted in a joint proposal that was filed on June 14, 2023. If adopted by the Commission as the draft order recommends, the joint proposal would establish 3-year rate plans for the companies that would cover the period of May 1st, 2023 through April 30th, 2026. The sponsoring parties propose that the annual revenue increases be implemented on a levelized basis, which shapes the increases in a way that avoids disproportionate bill impacts in any single rate year. As such, the joint proposal includes levelized revenue increases for NYSEG Electric of $137.3 million, $160.7 million, and $200.6 million. For NYSEG Gas, the levelized amounts are $11.7 million, $12.4 million, and $12.9 million. For RG&E Electric, the joint proposal includes levelized revenue increases of $50.9 million, $56.6 million, and then $65.3 million. And for RG&E Gas, the joint proposal includes across the 3 rate years levelized increases of $18.2 million, $20.1 million, and $22.4 million. For NYSEG Electric, the main revenue requirement driver is net plant additions to rate base and associated depreciation, with other drivers being energy efficiency costs, loss of excess depreciation reserve moderators used in the 2020 rate order, costs for major storm response, and the collections to reduce past deferred costs. The same for vegetation and management, increased O&M expenses and outside services, an increase to the allowed rate of return taking into consideration the present financial environment, and a loss of other credits used in 2020 to moderate a rate plan that was adopted under the uncertainty of the still new and developing COVID pandemic. Similar drivers apply to the company's other businesses. As I just touched upon, several of the main revenue requirement drivers are related to the actions taken in the company's prior rate case. In that case, the parties attempted to put forth as frugal a joint proposal as they could, recognizing the great uncertainty surrounding the COVID pandemic and its continuing impact on the financial stability of the company's customers. The Commission was understandably concerned with even those levels of impacts and then modified the joint proposal to achieve even lower rate increases for customers. The Commission specifically stated that it was limiting its adjustments to the joint proposal to only financial modifications which would impact the collections from customers, but not the operations and investments to be made in the company's businesses. The main modifications included capping energy efficiency collections at the rate year 1 level, using large amounts of excess depreciation reserve as a moderator on NYSEG electric rates in particular, and spreading the costs related to both endangered trees as well as NYSEG's Enhanced Vegetation Management Program over longer periods of time. The joint proposal and draft order before you now acknowledge the impacts of the modifications made under the emergency circumstances of the COVID pandemic and recognizes that the energy efficiency costs necessary to meet the state's goals must now be collected in full, and that there is much less in available customer credits and adjustments to use as a moderator of rates. From the new revenues provided in this rate plan, we can expect better reliability, along with reduced future deferrals for recovery expenses from major storms, accelerated progress toward the state's clean energy and energy efficiency goals, enhanced and expanded low-income customer protections, the pursuit of energy storage pilot projects, the expansion of electric vehicle charging station infrastructure, as well as several other provisions that include modernizing the company's infrastructure and addressing issues with their customer service response and billing practices. While the numbers I just provided before are substantial, it is important to note how favorably those numbers compare to the likely litigated result of a one-year rate case. For NYSEG Electric, DPS staff submitted evidence demonstrating that the company was entitled to, at a minimum, an increase of $220 million. On an unlevelized basis, the joint proposal reflects a comparable rate year one increase of only $204 million, $16 million less than staff's litigated position. For NYSEG Gas, staff's submissions established a minimum necessary revenue increase of $9.9 million. The joint proposal reflects a comparable rate year one increase, unlevelized, of $9.5 million. For RG&E Electric, staff's required minimum increase is $73.7 million, while the joint proposal establishes an unlevelized rate year one increase of $71.9 million. And for RG&E Gas, staff's testimony was that RG&E has demonstrated the need for a minimum rate year one increase of $33.1 million, while the joint proposal reflects an unlevelized comparable rate year one increase of $21.6 million, a significant $12 million reduction. Thus, for each company, the revenue increases before you in the joint proposal and draft order are lower than those recommended by staff in its testimony. And again, a litigated result would have been effective only for a single rate year, meaning that the companies would have been able to file for additional rate increases immediately after the Commission issued a rate order on litigation in these cases. Whereas here, with a 3-year rate plan proposed in the joint proposal, among other benefits, there is certainty with respect to rates for an extended period of time, and the increases can be levelized over 3 years to mitigate bill impacts. Let me provide a little more context as to why staff's litigated position represents, to Judge Bergen and I, the minimum revenue requirement increase that would have resulted from the cases being fully litigated. The Public Service Law requires that the Commission hold hearings for the collection and evaluation of evidence whenever utilities file for major rate increases. As noted in the draft order before you, New York courts have held that the Commission is bound to review and process a utility's rate filing and cannot dismiss it without a hearing, nor can it unilaterally extend the maximum allowed suspension period beyond 11 months. In other words, the Commission is required by law to make a substantive decision during the suspension period, and further, that decision should be based on the evidence presented, the relevant laws and policies and regulations as applied by the Commission. As administrative law judges, our role in this agency is to collect the submitted evidence, evaluate it, and then give the Commission our recommendation for action. Here, the only evidence in the record regarding the revenue requirement was provided by the companies and staff. Other parties did participate and provided argument and offered their opinions regarding things like affordability, among other issues, but no other party provided evidence in the form of expert witness testimony regarding the minimum level of revenues required to meet the company's needs. Thus, Staff's evidence is the only evidence in the record that could have provided a rational basis upon which we, the judges, could have recommended a reduction to the amounts requested by the companies. As such, staff's filed testimony establishes for us the minimum level of increase we would likely have found necessary for the companies to ensure the safety and reliability of their utility service and to meet their obligations regarding state policy targets and requirements. When we evaluate the joint proposal's rate year one increases, particularly on an unlevelized basis against the evidentiary floor provided by staff's testimony, it becomes evident how favorable the joint proposal's revenue requirement outcome is as compared to what likely would have been our recommendation after litigation. One major advantage to this joint proposal, then, is that the sponsoring parties were able to negotiate a revenue requirement and other terms, many of which could not have been possible to impose in litigation, that made the signatory parties comfortable with the ability of the companies to meet their obligations at those lower numbers. That is precisely the point behind the Commission's settlement guidelines and the Commission's historical position that settlements can and often do produce outcomes superior to litigated results. The confidentiality requirements governing settlement negotiations preclude the public disclosure of the precise manner in which the settling parties were able to agree upon a revenue requirement that is lower than staff's litigated position. We acknowledge that some parties in these cases offered their perspective that the confidentiality rules obscure the record and that the Commission's settlement guidelines are unworkable. It is our position that these cases demonstrate the contrary perspective, that the guidelines are working as well as hoped for when the Commission adopted them in 1992. The confidentiality rule was implemented by the Commission to ensure all parties have the freedom to participate in negotiations without fear that their settlement positions would be aired publicly or used against them if a negotiated result could not be obtained. Settlement negotiations inherently involve a willingness to discuss positions openly and to arrive at compromise. Compromise is the very definition of settlement. Indeed, the parties supporting the joint proposal in these cases identified several terms included in the proposal that represent a compromise of various parties' positions. It is only due to the confidentiality rule that parties can rest assured knowing no other party can take the information learned from those negotiating sessions and use it in an embarrassing or detrimental way against them. As a final note, I think it is important to remember the prime purpose of the rate case process as codified by Public Service Law Section 66. In the United States, an investor-owned utility is constitutionally entitled to charge rates that recover its costs necessary to provide and maintain infrastructure and to cover the costs of its operations. This concept has been repeatedly reaffirmed over the last 100 years by case law in the United States Supreme Court and in the New York State Court of Appeals. The case law instructs that a public utility is entitled to charge rates that provide it with a fair opportunity to earn a return on the value of the property used to serve the public interest. The cases have also stated that the return provided should be reasonably sufficient to assure confidence in the financial soundness of the utility, as well as to maintain and support its credit and enable it to raise the money necessary for the proper discharge of its debt obligations and its public duties. Judge Bergen and I have compiled and reviewed the evidentiary record in this proceeding with due diligence and conducted a comprehensive evaluation of the public comments, the intervener's concerns, and the state's and the Commission's expressed policies. Based on our review, we find that adopting the joint proposal is in the public interest. The terms of the joint proposal will ensure that the companies have sufficient funding to maintain the safety and reliability of the infrastructure used to serve the public, and will provide the companies with the ability to earn a return on the value of that property, thereby ensuring financial soundness. We believe that each of the parties to this case had ample and fair opportunity to participate in this process. We further believe that the results produce just and reasonable rates that appropriately balance the interests of the ratepayers with a fairness to the investors and the long-term viability of the utilities, and is consistent with the sound environmental, social, and economic policies of the Commission and the state. This concludes our presentation. Thank you, Chair Christian and Commissioners, for your unwavering attention and your serious and solemn consideration. We are available for your questions.
Thank you. I'd like to start with just a couple questions to make sure, forgot my notes upstairs, so I want to make sure I'm remembering some of the numbers correctly. You mentioned that the staff number was $220 million, if I wrote that down correctly?
That is correct.
Okay, and that the...
For NYSEG Electric, to be clear.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Okay. What was the original proposal from the utility?
The original proposal that NYSEG Electric filed for was $278.5 million.
Okay. And where we arrived finally was $204 million, is that correct?
For the first rate year of the joint proposal, correct.
Right. And I can't do the math in my head. That's about a 20, well, what percent reduction is that? From the 278 to the 204?
From the 278 to the 204?
Pressure. It's about 30, about approximately 30%.
30%.
Yeah, a little over, I think.
So and again, forgive me, I don't have all my notes with me, but one question I'd like to just make sure we're on the same page with. So I know in other rate cases, we've seen more significant reductions than the 30. Can you speak to the contributing factors as to why the reduction from the starting point is not as significant as we would normally see?
I can provide our perspective from the Office of Hearings based on the testimony that was presented. I mentioned the impacts from the last rate plan. And if you read the company's testimony that was submitted, the policy panel testimony, it's clear that they were aware of the carryover impacts from that 2020 rate plan and knew that they were filing for significant rate increases and didn't provide additional items that they requested funding for that may have been provided for in any other traditional rate filing. And that can be demonstrated by staff's testimony and the small difference between what staff responded with. So when the companies filed in NYSEG Electric, they filed for a 16.5% increase. Staff, their testimony was, as we mentioned, $220 million, which was a 13.1% increase. So it was only a 3.4% difference. To starkly contrast, not to mention or disparage decisions in previous cases, but to starkly contrast that difference, in the Con Edison Electric case, Con Edison came in with a filing for its just electric operations of $1.2 billion. Staff filed testimony that cut that request down to $278 million. There was a 76.8% difference between what the company filed for in Con Edison Electric and what staff recommended in its testimony after doing its audit. There's only a 3.4% difference between the two parties here.
If I could, just a little extra background. While the end result ended up being fairly close to where staff was, what the company filed in their initial testimony, they had kept energy efficiency costs as well as their collections for storm costs at the same as had been in the prior rate case, with no increase. This end result has a large increase for both of those categories. Staff, I believe properly in its direct testimony, recognized that those costs should be, we had to collect more from customers for those costs. And so staff's testimony reflected higher numbers than the company had originally filed for those categories. So that's also part of, I think if the company's original filing had reflected higher energy efficiency costs as well as higher storm-related costs in the neighborhood of what was actually eventually agreed to in the joint proposal, then the company's request for NYSEG Electric, for instance, would have been over $300 million, and there would have been a larger increase than the almost 30% we saw.
Okay, thank you. It occurs to me, I'm not sure of the timing on this, but I happen to recall a request or an admonition made by Commissioner Edwards some time ago in frustration with utilities that would often provide a very high number and then we'd negotiate it down. And it appears that at least in this instance, we're a lot closer in where the request came in and where we settled than we have in the past.
Yes, that's accurate.
Okay, thank you for that. Appreciate that. Okay, so I know a lot of work went into this, and it was a very long process. And so I want to thank you all for your hard work in doing this. I know there was a lot of discussion between the stakeholders, a lot of divergent viewpoints, and coming to any kind of agreement, as you pointed out, compromise in this particular instance. I can only imagine how challenging that was on a day-to-day basis. So I want to recognize your work and thank you for your hard work in getting to this point. Thinking about the rate cases, I think it's important to kind of put some context, and you were very helpful in framing that out, and I'll try to amplify that a little bit. When it comes to rate cases, this rate cases in general, ultimately, we at the Commission must take an action, should take an action, are compelled to take an action. And you pointed out the various public service laws that outline how those actions can be taken. But ultimately, when a utility presents the Commission with a request for new rates, it requires that we at the Commission act. We have to do something. Now, the easiest action, as I understand it, would be for staff to simply accept the rates presented to the Commission, end of story. In my 2 years here and my years following the Commission before that, I've never once seen that happen. Is that safe to say?
I've never seen staff file responsive testimony that wholesale accepted the company's positions on every element, let alone most times not even a single element.
Okay, thank you. That just, again, forgot my notes, so forgive me. And so to your point, what I've seen, staff from the department, both here and in the past, you work with the stakeholders, you work with the utilities, you review the proposals over the course of 11 months, many, many months, and you ultimately come back with what you view as necessary for the continued provision of safe, reliable utility services. And in this case, I definitely have seen that throughout. So again, commend you for all your hard work in getting us to this point. Now, the results of that hard work are here before us today. And again, getting all the parties to agree is an accomplishment, but I think what's really significant is recognizing this is a difficult case to look at in isolation. It's almost better to look at it as a continuum of the 2019 rate case, given the information you shared. And, in taking time to look through the record for that 2019 rate case, what was clear to me is at the time, this commission and my fellow commissioners, some of whom who voted are here with me now, there was a difficult choice to make in fulfilling our requirement to provide that safe and reliable service. And again, looking at the minutes, it's clear to me the actions this commission took at that time were done with the best of intentions. Right? The goal was to do whatever we could in a time of significant uncertainty, in a period where we had an evolving pandemic, we had people dying by the thousands every day, people's lives and livelihoods completely upturned. We took what was already a pre-established agreement, if I'm remembering correctly, and we modified that further to take into account. Is that right?
It's actually even more than that. So in February of 2020, the parties notified the judges on that case that they had an agreement in principle and were going to begin working on a joint proposal. 3 to 4 weeks later, everybody was working from home. The impacts of COVID were very apparent. There was a lot of questions about what to do. As I mentioned, we have obligations that the cases tell us that we have to decide rate case filings within 11 months or the allowed extension from the utilities. We can't take no action because no action results in the filed rates going into effect by operation of law. So NYSEG and RG&E, together with staff, decided to reopen the agreement in principle they already had and came up with a second agreement, which they reduced to a joint proposal and filed in July of 2020, only a few months after COVID was still becoming apparent and how much of an impact it was having. The judges evaluated that joint proposal, and through briefings with the commissioners and the continuing evolving uncertainties that were going on, there was a senior advisory staff recommendation and a commission agreement that the joint proposal that was filed by the parties should be reduced even further. From the 2020 rate order, this is a direct quote from page 8 of that rate order, which says that we believe that total impacts overall, including considering all underlying changes to surcharges and surcredits, should be kept at or below 2% per year. That's exactly what was done through the further modifications made by the Commission in that rate plan, in that rate order. So there were actually two steps that were taken, one by the parties themselves and then an even further step by the Commission to reduce those. I do want to mention that when we were briefing all of the commissioners in their different settings, we were stressing more of the COVID impacts and having this discussion than I did today in our presentation. After the briefings ended, Judge Bergen and I got together and discussed how we felt the message was getting across and what was being said. And we realized that there was the potential misunderstanding that we were somehow saying that this 2022, 2023 rate case was somehow unusual because of 2020 and what was done in that. And the one thing I don't want to get lost today in the noise is that this was a very standard rate case that was filed in 2022. It just happens to have a substantial driver that exists from the previous rate plan. At the same time, I don't want anyone to think that we're saying that the Commission made a mistake or anything back in 2020. It was November. I got my 6th COVID shot last week. In November 2020, they weren't even testing the COVID shots yet.
Can you tell me where you got your COVID shot?
I got it. I got it at Rite Aid in Cheektowaga, New York. I got it at a pharmacy in Cheektowaga, New York.
I'll follow up with you after. So thank you. I really appreciate that context, and I think that's really important, particularly the point made that, you know, there was a conscious effort to hit that 2% target. And again, if I remember correctly, the original was calling for 4% a year.
The joint proposal that was filed, the joint proposal that was filed in July,
Right.
after or June after the renegotiation was 4.6%.
It depends which company we're talking about. So I think
For electric.
we focus a lot on electric because
Yep.
of the bigger increases. So for NYSEG Electric, the average annual increase was approximately 4% in the JP filed, and the Commission tried to get that below 2.
Got it. Thank you. Okay. So I look at this as the Commission taking an action with information that was available, that was something that was agreed to by all the various parties involved at the time. And at that time, there was a recognition a bill would be coming due at some point in the future. I think we can all agree with that. You know, to say we don't still suffer the effects of the pandemic, I'm not sure if I would go that far. I'm still looking for my shot. But I think it's safe to say we're not where we were back then. In fact, looking at the audience and the lack of masks only reinforces that point. But we made it through. All right. Now, this rate case is going to produce higher rates than normal. But I think looking at, again, in the continuum of everything that we've done, and the need to maintain the system that we have, and what the motivators are of this, I feel like staff have arrived at the right place. This is not a question of corporate greed. This is not a question of executives seeking to pad their pocketbooks. This is ultimately investments made and us paying the bill for those investments in reductivist terms. Is that safe to characterize much of the increase is that way?
Yes, based on our review of the record, we agree.
Okay. Okay. Well, I appreciate the explanation and the conversation. And again, next time I'll be careful to make sure I have all my notes with me. So I just want to make sure now we're on the same page as to what the next step is, right? So should we vote in favor of this case today, what will be the annual rate increase and what will be the cumulative rate increase over the 3-year period? And let's just stick with NYSEG RGE for the time being.
So for NYSEG Electric, with rate levelization, what we're facing here is an increase of 17%, right, Debbie? So that's for, we're seeing a delivery rate increase of 17% per year for customers, an overall increase of, in rate year 1 of 6.6%, rate year 2, 7.3%, rate year 3, 8.2%, with a cumulative increase of 24.1% over the 3-year period.
Thank you for that. And that is if we take this action today and vote in favor of this rate case, correct?
That would be the impact on NYSEG Electric customers overall,
Right.
on average. And we've been focusing on them only because it's the largest number. RG&E Electric customers would be looking at for electric, about a 17% increase. NYSEG Gas, cumulative 6% increase. And RG&E Gas, a cumulative impact of about 11% over the 3 years.
Thank you. So now, if we didn't take an action, or if we voted no against this, what would the equivalent impacts be for NYSEG and RGE?
So that's going to be there's only going to be a 1-year rate increase. It would depend what you put into effect. If you voted no, there's a few different options that could occur. Perhaps ALJ Lee Cakes may be the best to answer the potential outcomes of a no vote.
Well, so without any further commission action with a no vote, it would deny accepting the joint proposal. So the filed tariff leaves that are on file right now would go into effect on October 18th, which is the date that the suspension period ends, a week from today.
Okay.
So if the an alternative would be, Judge Lee Cakes mentions that the staff testimony would be the absolute minimum of what you could expect to have go into effect. And that is $220 million per year for NYSEG Electric. That increase would take effect, as was mentioned, in late October. And that dollar amount would have to be collected over the remaining rate year, which ends on April 30th, 2024.
Okay.
So over a period of approximately just over 6 months, you would have to collect a full rate year's additional revenue requirement. That would be, you'd be looking at slightly over double the increase needed to collect it over a shorter time period. Staff's increase had been 13.1% of rate, so we're talking about a 26% ballpark increase.
I do want to mention that it's not as straightforward as that, because the commission would have to take further action to reach those levels, and it would either need to be through one commissioner order or through a special commission session. And the only way we could get at the figures that we're talking about would be to establish temporary rates to avoid the suspension effect and the filed tariff leaves from going into effect by operation of law.
Okay.
We would have to establish a temporary rate, and then we would need to have a litigated hearing where we do full cross-examination.
Thank you. You're jogging my memory now. Okay. So just to make sure I'm comprehending everything you're sharing. So the action we take today, and if we support this, we have $204 million over 3 years. That's the impact.
$204 million is the first year impact
For the first
in the
year.
joint proposal.
Okay,
Yes.
got it. And if we were to reject the rate impact and not go with the staff approach, what would that rate impact be?
It's actually, I need to correct myself. So 204 is the unlevelized increase, and I did the unlevelized increase in my comparison because it was most comparable to staff's testimony. That's what the parties agreed in the first rate year the additional revenue increases should be. But because of the shaping of the way the rates are implemented, adopting the joint proposal actually only increases revenues in the first year by $137.3 million for NYSEG Electric.
Okay. So, going to try to summarize what I heard.
Yep.
Approval of the proposal, the rate case in front of us today, leads to a 24.1% increase over a period of time.
Over all 3 years.
Over all 3
combined.
years. Rejecting this outright, so no one commission order or anything like that, what would be the equivalent 3-year increase for that?
Would be,
Do you mean rejecting it and putting in temporary rates?
no, I think he means the filed rates going into operation.
It would only be for 1 year.
It would only be
Right.
for 1 year.
It would be 16.5% increase of $278.5 million with the opportunity for the company to file an additional rate case immediately.
Okay. And that would also start in October?
That would start November 1st, I believe.
I'm sorry, what does it mean in your question refer to?
Sorry, you were referring earlier to the start date for the rates being, I think you said October 18th?
Well, October 18th is when the rates would go into effect by operation of law. It depends on, actually,
It's a little complicated because tariffs have to be filed. They have to be filed with a certain number of days' notice. It'd be most likely late October. Customers would experience that $270-something million. NYSEG Electric customers would experience that level of an increase, that percentage of an increase, and that would stay in effect. And you could presume that the companies would be filing a new rate case. The time frame of that we can't really guess at, but they would be eligible to file a new rate case. And so you would expect that there'd be at least 1 or 2 more rate increases to come over the same 3-year period that we're talking about with the joint proposal.
right, there's a little question as how the mechanics work exactly, but the reality is that because of the make-wholes, the effect would be the $278.5 million that was filed by the company would go into effect as of actually May 1st of 2023. There would be a make-whole it's just a matter of whether they'd start being collected as of October 19th or whether they'd start being collected as of the beginning of the next month.
So so 204 million is what's before us today, and that's just year one, versus 278 million
Between now and April 30th of 2024.
That's a big difference.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So that makes it pretty clear to me where we're going and where we need to go as a commission in this. It's clear that this particular order puts us in a position to provide the best path forward for the customers in these territories. I look at the outcome here and the alternative, and I see it as a vote in favor ultimately is a benefit, and a vote against puts us in a position where we're inflicting some very significant near-term burdens on these customers. I don't think I'm comfortable with that particular outcome, and for these reasons, I find this order to be in the public interest, and I want to thank you for entertaining my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Berman.
Thank you so much. So I do have some prepared remarks, but I did want to just kind of highlight 3 things. One, Judge LaCakes, I thought your comments were so persuasive in terms of truly laying out why this draft order is appropriate and the recommendation is appropriate, that I actually feel like it should be shared as part of an appendix to the order. I know we don't normally do that, and I'm not suggesting that we do, but I do think that it's important that people fully read not just the draft order, but the comments themselves, because I really think that it really threads the needle from soup to nuts in terms of why we are doing this. And I think just for preserving the record, it's important. And I know we take judicial notice because of what we say here, but it really is, your comments should be widely shared beyond just, watching or, the playback or the transcript itself. The other thing is, I do think that the discussion sort of on the rate cases in comparison to another company is a helpful one, but I don't want people to see this as somehow, saying companies be on the alert. What you should be putting forth is a slimmed down version that will get the staff to, be pretty close to you. I think that there are a lot of nuances. I think that part of what the companies should be hearing is, we want you to give us all the relevant information, including, and especially Con Ed in particular, really made it clear a lot of the state policies, a lot of the things that need to be in a rate case. Here it is. Here's all of our information, right? And so what I don't want to have happen is that companies fear sharing publicly information, and then later we have to deal with, well, it wasn't in the rate case, so now we got to look at how to deal with this as, a one-off or now come back. And so to make sure that, everybody is on the same page of what are we really looking at as we go forward, not just for this rate case, but for future rate cases. And one of the biggest bugaboos, is that a word? Bugaboos to me is where we have policies that are well-meaning, and even many that I agree with, that ultimately at the time we are not considering what this means for rate impact current or future, and that then means when we get to a rate case, there's a disconnect, because the very folks who want us to go bigger and better and faster on state policies don't see the connection to, well, this is why we are also looking at historic rate increases. And as this case points out, we're only at the tip of the iceberg in terms of the future on a lot of this.
There's a very difficult balance that the commission has to strike. It is extremely difficult to do a generic policy case within the rate case, but it is just as difficult to understand the individual costs that those policy decisions are having on each of the utilities are so different. NFG is as different from Corning as Corning is from St. Lawrence Gas and just the gas utilities. And then you talk about the combination utilities. Central Hudson is completely different than Con Edison, completely different from Niagara Mohawk, from RG&E, from NYSEG. Even RG&E is completely different from NYSEG, its own affiliated, company. And so the commission has to strike this balance where it makes these policy decisions and tries to, put forward the best foot to take the policy direction where it needs to go, and then can only see the costs once the next rate case of each of these utilities is filed and how that's being implemented. I don't envy the decisions that you have to make in either situation. I can only advise.
Thank you. And then the other thing is that as we are looking at this, and I know, there was, in the discussion, there was a focus on what a no vote is. And it's not a single no vote. It is really, if the draft order, which is supportive of the joint proposal, is rejected by the majority, in this case 4 or more, that is when the trigger is for everything else. And I think that that's important because it is something that has to be factored in when you look at the whole. And when I am looking at, what votes mean and what we're sending the message is, there are times when we really need to be comfortable with, what our individual vote is, but then as it relates to the whole and what is it that we're doing, whether we vote for it or against it. And I think that's really important. As we saw in earlier case, I think there was a necessity and an important one for a single voice. Our individual voices kind of collectively came together and we were able to get to that. And I think that was very helpful, especially because of the enormity of that. And just like here, we're looking at the enormity of, significant rate impact. And this is, really something that we need to continually observe and focus on, because as we move forward, it's not going to get easier. It's actually likely to get much harder. And so folks need to be a part of it, not just in the rate case, but on, all types of advocacy across the board, and diversity of opinion, I think, is really, really helpful. So to be clear, I will be voting in favor of the order adopting the joint proposal. I do not take this vote lightly, as the rate increases are larger than any of us would like to see. The commission takes up many issues over the course of the calendar year, reviews and approval of, you done there, Tom? Review and approval of utility rate cases is one of our basic bread and butter core functions. And it is a responsibility that I do not take lightly as a regulator. Many factors contribute to the need for utilities to request to increase rates, including changes in state policy, necessary infrastructure investments for the purposes of safety and reliability, and programs to support customer-side adoption of energy efficiency measures. And you laid out a lot of good case law. As a recovering lawyer, I appreciate that. But you also lay out the importance of why, where we've been historically in terms of settlement guidelines and the importance of that, and I think what has been helpful to us in getting to collaborative joint proposals.
As Commissioner Valesky said earlier, history is important, and so is precedent.
Yep. The rate case before us today is truly a significant increase in rates. It is important to put this case into a more holistic, broader context. The utilities in this case have aging infrastructure that needs long overdue investments in order to be more resilient to storm events and to enhance its reliability for both current and future customer demand needs. Our focus really has to be on ensuring that we are prepared for the resiliency and the reliability of the grid. These investments, while significant now, are going to help avoid other cost increases in the future. And by making proactive investments in the system now, we hope to reduce the risk of increased emergency investments later, reduce risk of service outages, and also improve the services being provided to customers. Perhaps even more important background context is, to me, the fact that much of the rate increase that we're voting on today was essentially created by the Commission's last rate decision for these companies in 2020, which sought, appropriately so, to take extreme measures to keep rates as low as possible at that time. I do respect that action was taken in 2020 to address the very real economic uncertainty caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. But I pause because I did vote no on the 2020 rate plan, in part because I was fearful of how that action would impact future rates, and also because I was concerned about the evidentiary record and the process that was established. While well-meaning, it is important for us to look at what are we doing to establish and ensure that, what we're doing now does not harm us in the future, and what that looks like. At that time, the Commission deliberately pushed legitimate costs out to the future to be eventually paid for by ratepayers. And there was a recognition by the parties who supported doing that, exceptional circumstances in going in and really redoing the joint proposal, that it was necessary, and by doing that, it was going to mean that later there was going to be this huge impact fiscally. Well, the bill's now coming due. I think that is something that we have to grapple with, especially for the parties who recognize that in 2020 but supported it, but now may not be, supportive of it because of the enormous rate impact, right? So a litigated outcome would have to reflect these past legitimate and prudent costs, and those costs would absolutely need to be recovered in rates. It's legally necessary to do that. The record before us for the 2023 rate plan is robust. The process was sufficient and good, and the joint proposal has resulted in a better outcome for ratepayers than a litigated outcome. As you explained, it doesn't mean it's a good outcome, but it is better outcome. But we must recognize that that can fall flat on many, many people, and it is significant to recognize that for many this is not good news. We are long past the time that a litigated outcome would even be possible, though. To do that, as we saw from the discussion here, is challenged. If we're going to look at whether doing this on a litigated basis, it should have been before we got to this stage now. We're already 6 months into the rate year. I do feel like and maybe you can sort of talk a little bit about this, I do feel like, it feels a little bit like, well, you got two choices, one bad and one even worse. And how do you sort of explain that?
So there's truth in the discussion that the chair and I had with regard to worst case scenarios and outcomes. We really hesitate presenting it in that way. It is part of the story, and the commissioners can and should be aware of that. But the danger is that by presenting it that way, the real possibility is that you, as the decision makers, all can feel like you're backed into a corner. And that's not the story we're trying to tell today. The story we're trying to tell today is that this was a standard rate case that was filed. The parties filed their testimony. The testimony was examined. Parties decided that some of the parties decided it was in their best interest to go in and try to negotiate an outcome that could, match or beat a litigated outcome. That Eric and I evaluated the evidence and decided that in our professional judgment, in our review, that this was among the best outcomes possible. We can recommend additional measures potentially that might reduce the revenue requirement, but they have fall-off effects as demonstrated by the 2020 rate plan. They would push costs down the road even further, incurring interest and maybe, and just kicking the can down the road for another day. They might inhibit the state's clean energy goals. They might inhibit reliability, such as making some of the adjustments to the vegetation management and things like that. There are other outcomes and alternatives. When we've considered this outcome, this alternative as a whole, both the benefits it brings and the costs that it levies, we have decided that this truly is the best outcome. That's the message we want to send, and that you can be assured in our professionalism and experience that that is really what we're saying, not that you have to do this or the sky is falling.
Can I clarify too, one thing, that the joint proposal itself, the settlement guidelines, do state that when we had our evidentiary hearing to evaluate the joint proposal, there were various factors that were to be considered when we were conducting that hearing, including how does this compare to a litigated outcome had we not had any negotiation at all. But it's very clear in the settlement guidelines that the joint proposal is to be considered as a whole document, not any individual piece. It's not, does this term, is this term in the best interest, and is this term in the best interest? Like, as a whole, how does this stack up, right? And if the commission were to say, well, we want to modify this, we don't like the ROE, we don't like this, we don't like that, we think we want to change it, now we're getting into a situation where the parties, the signatory parties, can walk away from it. And that creates a whole another level of problem added on to what we've already discussed. So, I mean, it is evaluated as a whole.
Yeah, and that very discussion is had in the Commission's 1992 order where they adopted the settlement guidelines. We provide the parties all the time with the settlement guidelines themselves, but I think it's also important that the parties read and appreciate the order that adopted them, because it takes into consideration, whether the commission, and we have a section in the draft order that discusses whether the commission should allow an ROE to be arrived at through negotiation, or whether that should have been litigated in all cases. Things like that, whether the commission should modify individual elements of the joint proposal or consider it as a whole. It was all written up in 1992 and is very persuasive.
I couldn't agree with the two of you more. I think also what's important is the recognition that every step of the process
Yesterday,
is very important.
and so we've been thinking
It's
around,
also very important
how do
for
we
us
figure
to
out the next
recognize that we
interesting
must
/
be
flagship vehicle for the debt business.
enabling the process to
until we
play
get
out
around
in the way that gives
what
it
they're doing.
integrity
And this
helps
type of fund that
preserve
we're
the
presenting today is
the
certainly
the
one of the
discussions
flagship
that go
strategies that some of our
on between the parties, including staff, and then to allow them to go into the settlement discussions, feeling that they really are trying to do holistically the right thing and come to
Potential
agreement if they
option
can.
for
For me, what's
where we
also
go with the debt
important is to
business
recognize
in the future. The other one
that-
being
and
the other way,
this
which
may be
is towards
controversial,
insurance
and I
capital.
don't mean it that way. We have to recognize that many of the staff, as well as the parties, are relatively new in these rate cases, right? There's not a lot that we have, left to give a lot of historical information, how to deal with different controversial issues, how to help kind of resolve things. So it is a continual process of needing to make sure that everyone feels supported, has the right resources,
Star
that
Wars
we
have.
take, enormous time, it may feel like, and effort to also take a step back and see how did that work, what worked well, what didn't, what can we do going forward to change that. That's not on the judges, though, to manage that oversight. It is something, though, that I think we have to recognize as a commission when we're looking at that.
I do think we take a little bit of on to ourselves, though, because we have the initial conferences, we have procedural conferences. We are cognizant that we have various different participants with different levels of experience. Some are attorneys, some are not attorneys, some are advocates. There's a whole diverse set of voices, and we welcome them all to the table. But there are some basic rules, including rules of professional responsibility, civility, that kind of thing. But we remind them, fairly frequently that settlement is something that we can't be a part of as the judges. We can't go to your negotiation and help you out with that. But we can contact the chief administrative law judge and say, look, if you're struggling, maybe you're a party that doesn't really understand how this works, or you're struggling to get a party to hear you and to hear what your concerns are, or you're giving you problems, come and tell us, and we can tell the chief judge, or go right to the chief judge if you're more comfortable with that. And there is a process by which settlement judge can be appointed. Like, there's a lot of remedies for when participants run into trouble with the process that, quite frankly, in this case, nobody utilized those, even though they were repeatedly told they exist. So I think, a problem is not just, do we have the process? Yes, I think we have a process. Processes can always be improved, but it's how do we engage the parties to use the processes that are available to get the remedies they seem like they need sometimes or they want, without leaving this at the end of the day feeling like their voice wasn't heard. But we do engage frequently with that to make sure that we're trying to get everybody involved.
I think you're top notch. So kind of, just for me, so I'm going to wrap up a little bit here. When I look at this and I factor in the fact that the rates would have to collect a full year of revenue over only 6 months, and the resulting rate increase would cause rate shock to customers if we were to establish temporary rates. It's simply not something that I could ever support. I don't want to... I don't want to roll the dice in that we have to kind of work through what is likely to be a confusing process and figure out the next step. So I want to be clear that, in my opinion, if this joint proposal was not approved, it would in fact likely 99.9% certainty be a vote in favor of a much more significant rate increase if the joint proposal itself did not pass. So we have to consider how this alternative would impact the agency and the stakeholders in the next steps with that. And temporary rates would be subjected to a hearing, more evidentiary process, et cetera, and it kind of goes on. I worry about that then being a disruptive and inefficient for all parties involved, and kind of going back to sort of our history of how we have done well through the process. I think on balance, it makes sense. This case started in May 2022, and I know it was very challenging for everyone. I want to thank the staff team, all of the stakeholders who participated in developing the record. I really do believe that through everyone's hard work, even including those stakeholders who did not sign on to the JP and raise their concerns, I think we're factoring in all of that with the participation and engagement in this case, and I think it really does produce a much better outcome for customers than what was filed initially. And also going forward, it also helps us establish recognition of all the different interests that are there and what we need to do. So I will be voting for this, and I do thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Alessi?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations, Judge. Good job. Along with the rest of your team, of course, as usual. Okay, let me just say for the record, I am a customer of RG&E and a former customer of NYSEG, so we get that out of the way. And I do understand the frustration of many people that are customers and residents of the service area. I also understand that what is being proposed today, and I'll reiterate, is a joint proposal. In other words, it's an agreement between the utilities and the Department of Public Service, sometimes known as the Commission or Public Service Commission. So this is being presented to us as a much more favorable option for the rates that the company originally desired, because it is a joint proposal. It's not just simply one-sided coming from the companies. So my question is very simple, and I'm going to ask it more than once. Under the company's proposal, rates would be significantly higher. Is that correct? It's
yes,
simple,
Commissioner.
yes or no, please.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yes, they would be significantly higher. A simple follow-up. Under this joint proposal, rates will be significantly less.
Than
Yes
what
or no?
was Originally, yes, sir. Than what was originally proposed by the company, yes.
Thank you. Okay. So the company is entitled to a rate increase under the public service law that will allow them to have revenues to operate, cover their costs, et cetera, et cetera. And this does that. Yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And I do appreciate your succinct answers because I'm asking succinct questions. This will also allow the companies to proceed to operate, to provide sufficient funding for the companies to continue to maintain their systems, to operate them safely, deliver reliable service to customers. Agreed?
Yes.
Okay, we're doing great so far. And it will also allow them to fund capital projects that make improvements to information technology, billing systems, fund their safety programs, and advance the state's CLCPA programs. Correct?
All correct.
All right, thank you again. So I'll ask you, and of course, we will maintain the efforts under this joint proposal to help those people during the winter months to continue to service them even if they lack the ability to pay.
I am certain
Yes?
that those
No?
provisions are there. I'm not, it's not my realm of expertise.
Yes, we can guarantee that that is correct.
That's the word I was looking for. They're guaranteed. Okay, thank you. So let me go back to my original question. Under the company's proposal for that year, we would be paying significantly more. And under this joint proposal, we would be paying significantly less. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I am not trying to be cute by oversimplifying that, but I think that that's probably the best way this can be absorbed by people who are not sitting in this room. Thank you for your
You'd have to set up
testimony
a
and for your answers,
command
and
and
I will
control
be
structure.
voting yes.
But you have
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Edwards?
I just want to continue on with some of Commissioner Alisi's questions. The way I looked at this is, I think this is a difficult case. But I was really compelled to look at the litigated results, potential of the litigated results versus the joint proposal. So is it accurate that what we're actually getting in the joint proposal is a result of a 3-year rate period as opposed to the potential of having the litigated results with the higher amount for a 1-year period? Am I reading that correctly?
Yes.
Or am I interpreting that correctly?
Yes, you are.
Okay. So that's where I am. I want to thank all of you for the work that you've done. And anytime that there is a rate increase and a significant rate increase, it is difficult to vote in favor. But at the end of the day, what you are able to accomplish is a rate increase over a 3-year joint proposal time period versus a 1-year potential litigated result, which is why I am voting in favor, and I don't have any further comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Howard?
Thank you. Thank you, Judge for your explanation of the vagaries of the public service law as litigated in decades past. Couple questions. One of the issues that I have been greatly concerned about is the this utility did not have enough people to do their job. So can somebody explain to me what head count provisions may be in this settlement?
Yes, Commissioner, I can start, and if you need more granular information, Ms. Evans can assist. This rate case has 138 additional, what we call full-time equivalents. Essentially, 138 additional employees are being added. The rate increases we've been talking about, the money we've been talking about collecting from customers, will help fund not only all the current positions, but 138 additional ones above and beyond what we had in the previous rate case. And those positions are being funded from roughly the middle of the roughly the middle of the first year of the rate plan through the end of the rate plan.
Yeah, I don't want it to get lost what Jeff just said, that in this case, it's not just budgeting for labor in anticipation of future hires. We're actually recognizing the hiring that's been going on, that the companies have been doing, trying to make up for those shortages during the previous rate plan.
So we had a certain level in the previous rate plan. This new rate plan steps it up to 138 above. If they have issues hiring, there is a downward only reconciliation as well. Customers will get money back if the hiring is not successful.
I would suggest in this environment and giving the wage and benefits offered by these companies, hiring should be not as difficult as for other employers. Additionally to that, this settlement also preserves wages and benefits for employees.
Yes, it does, and it has increases to those wages and wages in particular each year.
And much of that has resulted from the collective bargaining agreement that may exist between the IBEW and the companies?
Correct. The increases that are being included in the rate plan reflect the union increases that have been achieved, and for non-union employees, roughly similar percentage increases each year.
And the IBEW is a signatory party to the joint proposal, a co-sponsor.
Yeah, I will note that in their comments that failure to come to this approving the settlement puts the current bargaining agreement and any future hires in Benny's at significant risk. Just as going back, Jeff, do you have a percentage breakdown of those new hires? How many are bargaining unit versus how many are management?
I'm sorry, we don't have that right now at our fingertips.
Is it safe to say the lion's share will be in the bargaining unit?
Yes, it will be. They've done there's been a large attempt to increase the number of line mechanics, for instance, over the last several years.
I just want to note for the record that men and women on the poles means how we get electricity. And when it snows and it ices, they're the guys who put it back together.
It's been a focus of NYSEG and RG&E over the past 4 or 5 years in particular to increase their labor count in that area.
To that thing, I will comment, I believe they've been deficient in that category for some time. Of the entire value of the revenue requirement, how much is the ROI? or a close estimate should they earn their ROI?
So, it's going to be difficult for me to do on the spot. I may have to come back to that question. It's a portion of it. I'm hesitant to guess. When you say ROI, I think you're speaking of return on equity.
An equity, excuse me, ROE, pardon me.
Sure. And so for return on equity, there's a driver piece, which we focus a lot on in these rate cases, is the changes. But in terms of what the total that's being collected from customers that's related to return on equity, is that your actual question?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
You have that? Yeah, so we subject to check for NYSEG, I'd say about 7% of the customer's total bill is for return on equity. And so that will,
So if the company earned no money, it would be at best a 7% reduction in revenue requirement.
7% reduction in revenue requirement and not be able to raise any capital to repair lines, et cetera.
One of the issues as articulated by the parent, both to me personally and to the trades and to investors, is the issue of their credit worthiness and their bond ratings for these two operating companies. Can you just explain how this helps or hurts and what that actually means to customers if those bond ratings deteriorate significantly?
Sure. So there often is discussion around bond ratings, whether it be at a session like this, whether it be, company personnel and or the public making comments about the need for whether or not certain returns are necessary, et cetera. The financial metrics of the company are a key component, but not the only component, in what makes up a bond rating. Bond ratings help investors decide how to price the bonds of a company, how much interest the bonds of the company, the debt of the company, how much the interest has to be paid by the utility. So if the credit ratings are strong, if they're good, the interest costs are lower, and that benefits customers. It also, in times of financial stress, like we had in 2008, 2009, if you have poor credit metrics, it can be difficult to go to the market to actually raise funds. So having strong financial metrics and having strong credit ratings will help ensure access to capital at any terms. But the main focus from our normal perspective is whether or not the companies can raise funds, debt in particular, at a relatively cheap level. And so we do focus on making sure that the metrics are enough to sustain the credit metrics in a reasonable level without being, for lack of a better term that's coming to mind, gold-plated and too much.
As the broader cost of money increases, as we have seen recently, what does that do? Does that put an upward or downward pressure on utility bonds?
Well,
Generically.
When you speak of the upward pressure, I think, are you speaking of increases in interest rates and
Correct,
yields
yeah,
and mortgage rates,
yeah.
et cetera? Yes. So unfortunately, does have a negative impact on the interest rates that the utilities are paying, in terms of they're paying higher interest rates. And that those costs are paid for by customers. And they're issuing 10-year debt, 20-year debt, 30-year debt. Those costs will be in effect it could be refinanced at some point, but it will have a multi-year impact negatively on customers due to the higher interest rate environment.
So just like me with my credit cards, I may be paying more now because of inflationary pressures. That would be equally true for utilities as well.
Correct. Yes. Yes, they're paying higher interest rates on their debt. Just like I would equate it more to a mortgage.
Okay.
I'm sure yours are
Gotcha.
paid off each month. So.
Great, thank you. Quite honestly, I was coming here today to vote no. However, I came to the conclusion that action would have been best a noble romantic gesture. I realize that the failure of this order would have put ratepayers at substantially greater risk. The Public Service Law and ensuing court rulings gives great weight to utility filings. As a matter of fact, preeminent weight to those filings. In fact, failure to act on these filings would result into the initial filing happening right away. Such is the case of kicking the can down the road 6 months for extending the settlement process. The settlement process provides staff the opportunity to modify rate hikes requests. While it's less than perfect, the alternative is almost always far worse. All that being said, there are many legitimate criticisms of these two companies. Poor customer service, poor ongoing maintenance of the electric system, a myriad of billing problems, and I believe a general callousness toward ratepayers. These service territories are home to the greatest percentage of poverty in the entire state. These two companies are just a small cog in a large Avangrid global machine. I share the lament of some that these once locally headquartered companies, where shareholders were majority New Yorkers, no longer exist. While I cannot directly connect foreign ownership to poor performance, the total lack of contrition of the parent on poor performance in this last several years, more than the last several years, is very, very troubling to me. Much like our actions in the previous case, energy affordability is a real crisis for families and businesses, large and small. As New Yorkers suffer through these painful financial inflation, I urge policymakers to help this commission look at every available mechanism to help all New Yorkers through this difficult period. Sometimes the commission decisions are labeled reasonable, but not just, but maybe not just. In this case, I am going with reason. But finally, I want to have a cautionary tale. This case does very little or nothing to comply with CLCPA requirements going forward. Electrification, transmission enhancements, gas asset recovery are all yet to be decided and how we pay for them. This is true for all the service territories of New York. And without other significant sources of revenue to ameliorate these costs, they will continue to see large and possibly ongoing double-digit rate increases for at least the next decade or beyond. That all being said, I will be reluctantly voting yes.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Valesky?
Thank you, Chair Christian. Judge Leakakes, thank you for your presentation, and I certainly want to acknowledge and thank all of my colleagues for their follow-up questions, which I think really clarifies and puts a fine point on the case before us and the potential alternatives. I just would like to share one conclusion, if I may, and that is this. It is not inconsistent in any way, shape, or form to be very concerned about the affordability on families in the NYSEG and RG&E service territories, while at the same time finding the very action that could cause those difficulties to be in the public interest. That's not inconsistent. And as a result, to you, Judge Bergen, as the presiding administrative law judge, and you, Judge Leakakes, as the chief administrative law judge, I am prepared to accept both of your recommendations, your professional recommendations, that adopting this joint proposal is indeed in the public interest, and will vote accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And Commissioner Majori?
Thank you. So a lot of the questions I was going to ask were already asked and answered. I just want to summarize how I've heard the answer to some of these questions, and just correct me if I'm wrong about any of this. The chair asked what would happen if we voted no. Commissioner Lisi asked what would have happened had we simply approved the initial request from the utilities. Commissioner Edwards asked the likely outcome of a litigated process. And in all cases, the answer was the outcome would be worse for ratepayers. Do I have that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. I have just one question that's really quick and one that hopefully is quick. Really quick question is, this rate case would fund some capital projects. Are any of those new natural gas infrastructure projects?
No, those are not. There's no new natural gas expansion projects.
Okay, thank you. And you've discussed to some extent, in response to Commissioner Howard's question, the ROE. Can you just explain a little bit more about the process at which the 9.2 rate was arrived at, and explain how you agreed to that after staff had initially proposed an 8.85% ROE?
Sure, Commissioner. Just to be clear, it's not that anyone here speaking agreed to it. It's that was the agreement that this trial staff on the case, along with other interveners and the company, came to. But staff did agree to the 9.2%. They had filed testimony at 8.85. Of course, there's a multitude of variables that have to be considered when settling something like this. There are constant trade-offs that are done. In general, there are two major factors which might lead staff to be okay with a higher ROE than what they've originally agreed to. One thing could be if the underlying financial markets, Commissioner Howard referenced that the interest rates have been increasing dramatically over the past, no time frame was given, but over the past year, interest rates have risen dramatically. The staff model for determining what the ROE should be, even for a one-year case, for instance, is dependent on how utility stocks throughout the country are doing, and how much they pay in dividends and other factors, and also the interest rate environment. So the underlying change in what's a reasonable, even a one-year ROE, will impact staff's decision about whether or not a certain number for an ROE is reasonable. I'll note that last month in the Keyspan rate cases, staff testified to a 9.1% ROE for a litigated one-year position as opposed to 8.85. That's indicative of the changes that have been happening over the past several months. The other thing that staff will consider is what is the term of the deal. In particular, is it a longer deal than, if the deal it's going to be longer than 1 year, but here we have a 3-year agreement. For the same reason that a 3-year certificate of deposit or a 3-year bond typically yields more than a 1 year. It involves tying your money up for longer, other factors in terms of the interest rate curves. That extra financial risk is also considered, as is the business risk of the utility agreeing to costs for a 3-year period, much of them inflated at inflation, an estimate of inflation, and as we've seen in the last year or two, those numbers can be off by a wide margin. So the company is taking on some additional risk. So between the additional business risk and financial risk, as well as the underlying changes in the financial markets, staff believe that signing on to a 9.2 ROE was a reasonable outcome, looking at the joint proposal as a whole, and advisory staff agrees with that position.
Okay, thank you for that explanation, and I'm not going to ask you to agree or disagree with this unless I say something wildly wrong, but that explanation to me, and when I've asked a similar question before, strikes me as very different than what I think might be the popular conception that the company comes in with a high request and staff comes in with a low request, and the final result is something that's arrived at in the same way that you would negotiate the price of a used car, for instance. the process that you described strikes me as more technical and objective than just a process of haggling. So I appreciate that explanation.
And Commissioner
Okay,
Materi, if I
thank
could
you.
add,
Yeah.
the commission has allowed that process for decades. The update to the ROE figure goes back to the 1977 Commission Policy Statement on test years in major rate proceedings. And it discusses three categories in which revisions might be entertained by the Commission. And the second set of revisions that are allowed specifically deal with the ROE and circumstances that the company might have experienced from the historic test year to the date of the evidentiary hearing that might affect the ROE. So even in a litigated setting, the parties or staff and senior advisory staff have continued to look at the development of the ROE, both up and down.
And that raises an interesting point that I think may be helpful to you. Staff's testimony in the litigated case was not just 8.85. It was 8.85, but we recommend that it be updated for current financial conditions. If it were to be updated in a litigated case right now, again, 9/1 is the most recent public information about that. So I think you would expect 9/1 even a little higher for a one-year return if staff was to file a litigated case today. So I believe 9/2 for a multi-year case is very reasonable. And again, back to the question from Commissioner Howard regarding financial metrics and such, the amount of income it provides the utility should be enough to maintain their credit rating, but not enough that it's going to increase it to a higher rating. We are constantly trying to do that balancing act.
Thank you. The only other comment I'll make on that is I just want to assure you that the point wasn't lost to me, that there's also a difference between a one-year case and a three-year case, and I heard that as part of your response. Okay, that's it for questions. I'm going to vote yes. I'm going to explain my vote. So I see this as a unusually high rate increase. Though the terms of the JP are considerably more reasonable than what the utilities initially included in their filing, it's still higher than I or anybody else would like to approve. The question for me is not whether I want to raise rates, but whether if we reject the JP, will ratepayers likely be hit with even higher rates. And I agree with staff analysis that of the two options available for this commission today, a yes or a no vote, a yes vote is most likely to result in the less bad outcome for ratepayers. Judge Lee Cakes, I know that's not how you would characterize our options, but as much as I don't want to have anything to do with raising rates, it's my job to make the best decision on behalf of ratepayers, and sometimes that means choosing the least bad option. There is no third option available to us. I'm not going to second-guess decisions made in 2020. I was prepared to speak more on this point, but nobody second-guessed the decisions made in 2020, so there's no need to. I agree with your assessment, and by your, I mean staff assessment, that this JP is consistent with the CLCPA. We heard, during the public process, including during public statement hearings, about many customer service complaints during the pendency of this rate case. This JP outlines concrete approaches to improve customer service and measure the outcomes. Finally, I want to point out a dynamic here that echoes something I said in the previous item on the agenda that helps to ensure the best outcome for ratepayers. As I mentioned before, the DPS is an executive agency. I believe that you received a charge in this case and that you did what you were charged to do, which was to scrutinize every number and word of this proposal to protect New York families from unjustified and fair rate increases. I think you did that. The commission is not part of the executive, which is why this system is set up, where you need our approval. My assessment is the same. You did your job, you scrutinized the initial rate request, and are making recommendations based on the best, most likely result for ratepayers, given where we are today. You can't tell me how to vote, and I very much would like to find a good reason to vote no. But my concern is that if we reject this JP, ratepayers would get it even worse. So I'm going to vote yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let's do a call for vote. My vote is in favor of the recommendation to approve the terms of the joint proposal as discussed. Commissioner Berman, how do you vote?
Yes.
Sorry, Commissioner Berman, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Elisi?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Edwards?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Howard?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Valesky?
Yes.
Thank you. And Commissioner Majori?
Yes.
Thank you. The item is approved and the recommendations are adopted. We'll now take a 10-minute break and we'll return to the consent, an information item and the conclusion of the consent agenda. My watch is 2:46. We should anticipate returning here at 2:56. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We'll now move to our third item for discussion today. Item 201, case 23-M-0230, which addresses the 2023-2024 Winter Preparedness Report. It will be presented by Chris Stolicki, David Maiorello, Richard Quimby, Andrew Timbrook, Sangeetha Kailas, and Kevin Wisely. Tammy Mitchell and Paul Dartmenko are available for questions. Mr. Stolicki, please begin.
Just 1 second. I want to clarify. Someone thought they heard a different number. I want to make sure that we're talking about item 202.
Yes, 202.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Secretary, could you please start the presentation? Could you please start the slides? Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. Today, staff will be briefing you on the results of our annual investigation into the readiness of the state's natural gas and electric utilities for the coming winter. I will brief you on the overview of this item and then turn it over to staff for the full presentation. But first, I will discuss a gas supply event that occurred over Christmas weekend last winter. Next slide, please. On December 24th, 2022, a fast-moving cold front swept across the eastern seaboard. It was an extraordinary event that resulted in temperatures rapidly dropping from the 50s into the single digits in a matter of hours. The storm also caused icy conditions that impacted equipment on the natural gas system. The storm caused interruptions to supply in the producing regions and also impacted the operations of interstate pipelines that serve New York. In addition, several generators along the eastern U.S. experienced higher demand than anticipated, several of which are not required to have an alternate fuel backup, which resulted in greater withdrawals on the natural gas interstate system than contracted for. The resulting impact to New York was a significant cut in gas supply. The downstate region experienced the greatest impact of the supply cuts. National Grid and Con Edison implemented their contingency plans, which included calling on available gas supply from other pipelines, running the liquefied natural gas or LNG plants, requiring interruptible customers to transition to alternate fuels, and coordinate a public appeal to reduce the use of natural gas. The pipelines were able to recover from the operational issues, and curtailment of firm customers was avoided. Maintaining gas service to firm customers is critical. Firm customers, unlike interruptible customers who usually have the ability to switch to an alternate fuel such as oil, rely on continuous gas service for space and water heating and cooking. If firm customers lose natural gas service, a utility needs to initiate what is called a relight effort. Unlike electricity that can be switched on nearly instantly, gas restoration is a manual process that requires physically isolating each customer before the system can be re-energized. Once the system is re-energized, each customer needs their gas service turned back on by a qualified mechanic, piping purged of air, and appliances checked for safety. Some appliances rely on pilot lights that, once extinguished, would allow gas to leak uncontrollably inside a building if left unchecked. Since the relight process requires the mobilization of a large workforce, it is manual in nature. It can take days and even weeks to relight all customers. While the monetary costs of the process can range from around $1,000 to over $5,000 per customer, curtailments can also lead to temporary displacement of customers, property damage, and other health risks associated with lack of heat. The Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC, did an investigation into the impacts of the storm on the power generation sector, including electric outages that occurred in North Carolina and Tennessee. The FERC report noted impacts on the Con Edison gas system, which is at the end of many pipelines, and recommended that reliability standards be established for interstate gas pipelines. Note that the FERC report did not suggest improvements for New York State. There are a few takeaways from this near miss. First, the downstate utilities were able to respond to the emergency, coordinate a public outreach campaign, and communicate with emergency management personnel and department staff. Second, while this event was a near miss, lessons learned identified the need to enhance communications with pipelines and all affected parties on a timely basis. In fact, just last week, staff participated in a gas outage emergency drill with nearly 80 representatives from National Grid, Con Edison, law enforcement, and representatives from state, county, and local emergency agencies. Finally, there is a need to establish reliability standards on producers and pipelines to mitigate operational problems. Reliability on interstate pipelines and producers do not fall under the Public Service Commission's jurisdiction. Staff supports FERC's recommendation. Next slide, please. I will now move to the planning review for the upcoming winter. The presentation will consist of 4 components, which will be presented by various staff from the Office of Energy System Planning and Performance, Office of Rates and Tariffs, and the Office of Consumer Services. First will be a report on the readiness of the state's natural gas utilities, including projected prices and a brief status update on the gas planning proceeding, which will be presented by Dave Maiorello. Second will be a report on the readiness of the state's electric system, including staff's review of the electric generators' on-site storage and replenishment plans for backup fuels, presented by Richard Quimby. The third component will be the projection for electricity supply bills, as well as the electric utilities' hedging performance and portfolio in place for the coming winter, presented by Andrew Timbrook. And the final component will be a discussion of outreach efforts underway to inform and assist utility customers during the upcoming winter season, presented by Sangeetha Kailas. Overall, staff's investigation found that both the New York State natural gas and electric systems are prepared to meet customer needs for the upcoming winter. With respect to expected prices this winter, as you will see later in the presentation, prior to the last 2 years, natural gas prices had remained relatively low and stable for about a decade. During 2021 and 2022, natural gas commodity prices increased significantly, driven primarily by the global increased demand for natural gas. As a result of declining gas supply prices during 2023, gas commodity prices and customer bills are forecast to be about the same as last winter. Residential electric customer supply bills are also forecast to be similar to last winter on a statewide average basis. These lower gas commodity prices are not unique to New York State, but are in fact being experienced nationally, with a significant driver being the warmer than normal winter last year. Both gas and electric utilities have employed their hedging practices in advance of winter, which will reduce volatility of bills during the winter period. I will now turn it over to Dave Maiorello. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Chris. Good afternoon, Chair Christian and Commissioners. I am Davide Maiorello, and I serve as Utility Supervisor in the Gas System Planning and Reliability section of the Office of Energy System Planning and Performance. I will brief you on the results of our annual review into the readiness of the state's natural gas utilities to serve firm customers for the coming winter and the status of the long-term gas planning effort. Next slide, please. Staff's review includes forecast demand of design weather conditions for this winter and that both the needed gas supply and capacity is in place for expected firm customer requirements. Now, and over the winter heating season, staff will continue to monitor supply conditions for any issues that may arise, including price fluctuations and any pipeline disruptions that may occur, along with the performance of our local distribution companies, or LDCs, demand response customers, including those that take interruptible service. Based upon our review regarding natural gas supply readiness for the upcoming winter season, staff concludes that the LDCs serving New York State will complete their contracting for adequate natural gas supply, delivery capacity, and storage inventory to satisfy current firm customer demands under design winter conditions for this winter. Staff continues to communicate with oil industry representatives, the New York State Energy Research and Development Authority, or NYSERDA, and the LDCs to ensure that interruptible customers have access to adequate supplies of winter heating fuels. This includes coordinating calls ahead of cold weather events. Next slide, please. As a way of background, each utility has a unique mix of assets including pipeline capacity, storage, and peaking contracts that are necessary and used to serve a mix of firm customers and meet design day conditions in extreme cold weather events. Interruptible customers, or those that have the ability to stop natural gas usage during periods of high demand, are important providers of demand response service and reduce the amount of pipeline capacity needed to serve winter load. Recent filings made by the LDCs focus on the use of demand-side management, including energy efficiency, demand response, and other non-pipes alternatives to meet growing demand, especially in areas where local governments seek to phase out fossil fuels. Even though every LDC stated that no additional moratorium is expected in the near future, we continue to monitor areas of the state where capacity is constrained, which includes New York City and the Capital District. Next slide, please. A gas customer's utility bill is comprised of several components as listed here. These components include the delivery charge, or the cost of pipeline infrastructure to deliver the gas, the cost of gas supply, which is collected through the gas adjustment charge. The gas supply charge represents approximately 38% of the average statewide bill for this coming winter. It is also important to note that LDCs do not earn a return on supply costs. The gas bill also consists of other surcharges and taxes. Next slide, please. As part of the annual procurement planning for the upcoming winter, gas LDCs procure both natural gas supplies and pipeline capacity, as well as other contracts for peaking and CNG supplies to meet the overall firm customer demand. For this upcoming winter season, the LDCs are expecting gas prices to be significantly lower than last year. According to the U.S. Energy Information Administration, or EIA, there are multiple factors influencing domestic gas market prices. World events, energy system disruptions in Europe, and the build-out of LNG export capacity from the U.S. has increased demand and has put considerable price pressure on U.S. natural gas markets. Additionally, increased reliance on gas-fired electric generation instead of coal across the U.S. has also impacted gas markets while the country transitions to more renewable solutions. Even with these drivers, last winter was warmer than normal in both the United States and Europe, which resulted in higher storage levels this spring, thus reducing the volume needed to refill storage over the summer months. Coupled with an increase in production, the result is lower gas commodity costs at the moment. Next slide, please. Flowing and hedged gas price forecasts are both influenced by trading on the New York Mercantile Exchange, or NYMEX, and international markets. This chart shows natural gas prices were relatively low for over a decade, increased in 2021 and 2022, and experienced a significant drop leading into the upcoming winter heating season. Next slide, please. The LDCs purchase gas to supply their customers' winter needs in three ways. This is represented by the pie chart on this slide. The first is by physically filling their natural gas storage facilities during the summer when overall demand is low. The second way is by financial hedging, which acts like an insurance policy to protect against high volatility of the gas price. The third way is by purchasing at the prevailing market price, which fluctuates day to day with market forces and is called flowing gas. This data is current to October and may fluctuate slightly before the start of winter. This year, all three gas supply components are forecasted to be lower than last year. As seen in this slide, the forecast of supply prices for the upcoming winter is $3.54 per decatherm compared to the actual average price of $5.89 per decatherm last winter. It is also important to note that actual weather can have a significant impact on supply prices. Next slide, please. For this winter season, we expect the average residential customer's winter heating bill to be about $963, or similar to last winter, assuming normal weather. But this will vary by utility. There are a few things to note here. Forecast bills reflect a normal winter season, while actual bills last year were the result of a warmer than normal winter. While gas prices are lower than last winter, some of the LDCs have increased delivery rates since last winter in accordance with their most recent approved rate agreements, and some pipeline capacity costs have also increased. Next slide, please. This graph shows the relative heating bills over the last 15 years. Bills this winter are forecast to be slightly lower than last year. With the first blue bar is the forecast from the beginning of last winter. The resulting lower average bill is mostly due to the warmer than average winter. I would also like to note that this is not adjusted for inflation. If inflation was considered, the bills for 2007, 2008, and 2008-2009 winters would have both been $1,800 in today's dollars. Next slide, please. While today's briefing is focused on the coming winter, I would like to briefly mention the department's gas planning case, which has a long-term focus. In 2021, the Commission instituted a generic proceeding to consider issues related to the natural gas utility planning processes. It highlighted the declarations of moratoria by multiple gas utilities due to capacity constraints and that existing gas planning and operational practices have not kept pace with recent developments. It also noted growing demands on energy systems and that planning must be conducted in a manner consistent with the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act, also known as CLCPA. Last year, the LDCs were directed to file long-term plans on a staggered schedule. The new modern planning process is designed to both educate and allow for extensive stakeholder input. This participation is critical to the development of thorough long-term plans. The department will review and analyze the LDC's long-term plans separate from the annual winter preparedness review. Next slide, please. In conclusion, staff's review indicates that the LDCs serving New York have secured adequate contracts for supplies of natural gas to meet expected firm customer requirements this coming winter. However, staff will continue the traditional monitoring of supply, prices, and interruptible customer compliance throughout the winter, as well as operations on interstate pipelines that could impact supply and report any situations that require Commission action. Staff will continue to work with the LDCs and interested communities to find innovative solutions to the challenges represented by demand for natural gas and the implications of the CLCPA. This concludes my portion of the presentation, and thank you for your time and attention on these matters. I will be happy to take questions after the panel has finished. Next slide, please. I will now turn it over to Richard.
Good afternoon, Chair Christian and Commissioners. My name is Richard Quimby, and I am a Power Systems Operations Specialist in the Department's Electric Safety and Reliability section. I am here today to brief you on staff's review of the electric system preparedness for the upcoming 2023-24 winter period. At the outset, I would like to say that based upon our review, we conclude that the electric system is prepared to reliably meet the state's upcoming winter's electric demands. Next slide, please. This chart shows the summer and winter historic coincident peaks since 2000. It also shows that New York State is a summer peaking state and therefore has sufficient available capacity to meet loads well above those typically experienced during the winter. Last winter's actual peak load was 23,369 megawatts. This is 2,369 megawatts lower than the all-time winter peak of 25,738 megawatts, which occurred during the prolonged cold spell of 2013 to 14, which we refer to as the polar vortex. The electric peak forecast for this upcoming winter period is 24,220 megawatts. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes the resources expected to be available to New York during the winter. These resources include generation, demand response resources called special case resources, and purchases from outside of New York State. These resources are offset by expected unavailability or outage of generator resources. The NYISO expects to have 35,975 megawatts in net capacity resources during the winter to serve the winter forecast peak of 24,220. Once the operating reserves, which are resources available to meet sudden system contingencies, are accounted for, there remains a capacity margin of 9,135 megawatts. In short, we have sufficient capability to serve the forecasted load during the upcoming winter. Next slide, please. The Winter Coordination Protocol is in place to facilitate communication between state agencies and the NYISO in circumstances where fuel supply for generating facilities may be at risk, or if a generator owner needs a fuel specification waiver from the DEC to maintain reliability. The state agencies involved are the Department, DEC, NYSERDA, and DOT. As part of staff's winter assessment, we reached out to the major generating facility owners in Southeast New York who own about 12,000 megawatts of dual fuel generation capability. The dual fuel capability enables generators to burn either natural gas or oil depending on the situation, which can be driven by economics or unavailability of one of the fuels. Based on our assessment, we expect these facilities will have adequate oil reserves for the upcoming winter. We found that these owners are continuing to implement lessons learned from past winter experiences, including having adequate pre-winter on-site fuel reserves, having firm contracts with fuel oil suppliers, conducting more aggressive replenishment plans, and having more proactive pre-winter maintenance and facilities preparations. Staff also met with the NYISO to discuss its procedures and protocols to maintain electric reliability during the winter period. We found that the NYISO closely monitors generator fuel levels and replenishment plans by conducting weekly surveys with generator owners. In the event of an extreme cold spell is forecasted, the NYISO has the ability to conduct more frequent surveys to determine if fuel availability issues might arise. In addition, we found that the NISO has adequate procedures to communicate with interstate pipelines, local gas distribution companies, and neighboring ISOs during periods of tight electric operating conditions. This concludes my presentation. I will now turn it over to Andy Timbrook. Thank you. Next slide, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Christian and Commissioners. My name is Andrew Timbrook, and I am a Utility Engineering Specialist in the Office of Rates and Tariffs. As Chris mentioned earlier, I'll be providing a summary of how the utilities have performed at reducing electric supply price volatility for their full-service residential customers, a comparison of this winter's futures prices compared to last winter's futures and actual prices, and lastly, I will present the estimated supply bill impacts for this upcoming winter as compared to the last several years for full-service residential electric customers using projected utilities supply bill estimates that are inclusive of the utilities hedging plans. Before I begin, I would like to reiterate that electric market prices are dependent on market conditions, and the utilities, under commission jurisdiction, have no control over the market price. The cost of electricity is determined largely by the energy and capacity markets administered by the NISO. However, the utilities do have the ability to mitigate their month-to-month volatility of end-use supply prices for their mass market customers through hedging and supply rate mechanisms. The end-use full-service mass market residential supply rate mechanisms have some flexibility through the ability to mitigate large reconciliations caused by actual market price changes and differences in sales from projected, a practice that utilities have utilized more frequently in the last several years. My presentation will focus on measuring how the utilities have performed at reducing the volatility as compared to market historically, and what steps the utilities have taken to manage any market price volatility that may occur this upcoming winter. Next slide, please. This graph shows the result of the utilities' electric supply price volatility mitigation efforts dating back to December of 2008. The red line is the average NISO market price volatility, and the blue line is the volatility of the utilities' residential electric supply portfolios. Each point on the line represents the volatility over a 12-month period as measured by the coefficient of variation. As you can see from the graph, the utilities' electric supply portfolio consistently experienced less volatility as compared to the market. The high points on the graph show various times where market price volatility spiked. During those times, the utilities' portfolios experienced less volatility than the market. This performance is attributable to the hedging practices the utilities employ to smooth the unpredictability of market prices. Similar to the last several years, the statewide supply portfolio is approximately 70% fixed for this winter. As previously mentioned, the utilities, through their supply rate mechanisms, each have the ability to, and have at various points, flex large reconciliations of prior period under or over recoveries of supply costs over multiple months to mitigate the impact of unpredictable market price swings that would have caused high price volatility for their full-service mass market residential customers. Overall, as compared to the market price volatility, the statewide portfolio should be expected to continue to experience less volatility in the future due to these volatility mitigation practices. Next slide, please. This chart shows the upcoming winter's expected average energy market prices based on Intercontinental Exchange, or ICE futures, last winter's futures, and last winter's actual prices for New York City, the Hudson Valley, and Western New York, or NISO zones J, G, and A, respectively. Last winter's expected energy market prices that we reported to you last October are shown in green. Last winter's actual market prices are shown in blue, and this winter's expected market prices are in red. As you can see, this winter's futures are approximately 50% higher than the actual prices from last winter, but between 30 and 55% lower when compared to the futures we reported to you last October. As Dave mentioned, heading into last winter, there were significant global and domestic concern and price pressure, which were expected to maintain high gas and electricity prices. With the warmer than normal winter, increased production, and lower than expected need for gas, commodity prices dropped significantly from what was expected. This winter, the futures prices are, at the moment, trading higher than last year's actuals, likely due to continued uncertainty surrounding the energy markets. I will note that actual prices will likely vary from futures due to a variety of factors, including weather, economic conditions, and demand on the system. Also, winter strip auction capacity prices are up considerably this winter as compared to last winter, and only between 20 and 27% lower than summer strip auction prices, due primarily to generator retirements. Next slide, please. This last slide in my portion of the presentation provides a bit of context for how the expected electric supply prices could impact the electric supply portion of customer bills. This chart shows an estimate of the supply portion of a typical residential winter bill as a result of the year-to-year changes in the load-weighted full-service mass market residential commodity prices. For this chart, we consider a typical residential customer to use 600 kilowatt hours per month, which is close to the statewide average but varies by utility. The winter supply bill estimate, cumulative from December through March, is expected to be about 3% higher than last year's actual bill on a statewide average basis. Generally, the supply portion represents slightly less than half of a typical full-service residential customer's total bill, the rest of the bill being delivery and surcharge related. But again, this will vary by utility. These non-supply portions of the bill typically only change with customer use or when the Commission approves changes in rates through various proceedings. The supply portion of the bill is more volatile and fluctuates with customer use, changes in the NYSO market price, as well as utilities hedging portfolio compositions. I should note that depending on where a customer is located in the state, what utility they are served by, their actual use and actual market prices, their winter commodity bill will vary from what is shown here, and could be higher or lower than last winter. So to conclude, the utilities have continued to perform well at reducing month-to-month price volatility as compared to the market volatility, and have maintained approximately a 70% fixed price hedge level for this winter on a statewide average basis, which should mitigate any significant unexpected price spikes should they occur. Further, we continue to communicate with utilities and monitor their full-service mass market customer supply price mechanisms and consider any adjustments as needed to improve volatility mitigation efforts. Next slide, please. I will now turn the presentation over to Sangeetha.
Thank you, Andrew. Good afternoon, Chair Christian and Commissioners. My name is Sangeetha Kailas, and I'm a Utility Consumer Program Specialist in the Consumer Outreach and Education section of the Office of Consumer Services.
Sangeetha, one moment, please. We're going to make sure your mic is working.
Thank you, Andrew. Okay. Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Christian and Commissioners. My name is Sangeetha Kailas, and I'm a Utility Consumer Program Specialist in the Consumer Outreach and Education section of the Office of Consumer Services. During the coming winter months, many New Yorkers, particularly vulnerable consumers such as the elderly and households with low to moderate income, may face the difficulty of managing energy costs. This report describes the outreach efforts by department staff and New York State energy utilities to provide consumers with information to help them manage their energy usage during the 2023-2024 winter season. Next slide, please. As part of winter preparedness outreach, the department and New York energy utilities will continue to proactively promote the following key messages. 1, the anticipated price of energy and how weather conditions and market forces affect the cost of natural gas and electricity. 2, ways consumers can manage winter bills including enrolling in budget billing, affordable deferred payment agreements, and financial assistance such as the Home Energy Assistance Program, known as HEAP, and the energy affordability programs administered by the energy utilities. 3. Consumers protection rules that shield households from service termination during cold weather, as well as resources available to assist consumers faced with heat-related energy emergencies. 4. Promoting the availability of energy efficiency and weatherization programs, as well as simple, affordable measures consumers can take to stay warm and reduce energy use, which may help to control their bills. And 5. Safety information regarding natural gas, electricity, carbon monoxide, and storm-related service interruptions. First, I will explain department staff's ongoing outreach and education efforts to reach consumers with these important winter messages. Then I will explain how department staff is working with the utility companies to encourage them to maintain robust outreach and education efforts prior to and during the winter period. Next slide, please. The department's winter outreach and education campaign will use a variety of tools to reach utility consumers with these important messages. Department staff will use a combination of multilingual winter publications, event exhibits and presentations, virtual platforms such as the department's website and social media channels, and partnership with other state agencies, service organizations, and local governments. Specifically, we will distribute plain language publications that highlight our core messages. All winter campaign publications will be available in English and Spanish. Our vital documents are also available in all 13 languages required by New York's language access policy. Department staff distributes these materials through our grassroots outreach program, including in-person and virtual presentations to community groups and interagency forums, as well as exhibits at public events such as senior expos, health fairs, and home shows. Participation in these events provides us with an invaluable opportunity for face-to-face interaction with consumers and allows us to reach large, diverse, or otherwise underserved populations. Department staff will work with our partner organization to identify events in disadvantaged communities where we can share valuable information to assist consumers. To further increase our efforts to reach New York State consumers and make our information more accessible, department staff is in the process of updating our dedicated winter page on the department's website. The dedicated web page is www.dps.ny.gov/winter. This page will contain winter preparedness information, digital copies of our publications, links to New York State and utility financial assistance programs, as well as energy efficiency and winter safety tips. In addition, we will utilize the department's social media channel to promote these messages throughout the winter months. Department staff will post tips and sound bites on these platforms and drive traffic to the winter page. Lastly, we will provide training on the winter outreach and education campaign to the department's call center representative so that they may assist consumers with information about winter preparedness, energy assistance programs, energy efficiency, consumer protections, and low-cost ways to save on winter energy bills. Next slide, please. To help us reach as many New Yorkers as possible, department staff partners with our network of over 7,000 consumer leaders, including social service organizations, community groups, libraries, government agencies, and elected officials. Department staff provides the consumer leaders with access to all our winter preparedness information and invites them to partner with us in educating their constituents about available resources, ways to mitigate energy costs, bill management options, financial assistance programs, and measures to reduce energy consumption. Department staff will notify our partners about the start of our winter campaign. This notice will direct our partner community leaders to the dedicated winter page where they will find digital copies of our publication that may be downloaded and shared with their constituents. Staff will also share a flyer with the QR code that directs users to our webpage and can be posted in high traffic areas. Lastly, this notice will inform our partners that department staff is available to provide presentations upon request. To track the reach of our messaging, department staff will monitor the open rate for our email campaign and follow up with the community leaders that did not open the email. Additionally, as part of this year's partnership program, department staff will once again lead a collaborative effort with other New York State agencies to host winter preparedness one-stop shopping events. This collaborative effort will kick off with virtual workshop to highlight each organization's consumer services and programs. The virtual workshop target elected officials and consumer service groups so they can share the program information with their constituents and maximize the reach of our joint messaging. Department staff will post a recording of the virtual winter workshop on the department's dedicated winter page and the department's YouTube channel. Presentation material will be sent to attendees for use in their outreach programs. Following the kickoff of virtual workshop, the interagency group will focus on in-person energy fairs where the agency can provide hands-on assistance to consumers. As part of the evaluation of last year's effort, the interagency group determined that the virtual and in-person events should begin in the early months of the winter season and focus on the colder areas of the estate, which is Western New York and North Country. Lastly, a second virtual workshop will be held in January to reinforce winter messaging such as emergency assistance and continued energy efficiency measures. Next slide, please. In addition to the department's in-house outreach program, department staff is encouraging utility companies to maintain strong consumer education programs so that the consumers receive the information and assistance they need during the winter months. All major utility companies have outreach and education plans to alert customers about anticipated commodity prices, actions the companies have taken to mitigate price hikes, and ways consumers can conserve energy and manage energy bills through affordable payment plans and financial assistance programs. The company's plans also promote enhanced messaging regarding their energy affordability programs in order to maximize enrollment of eligible consumers. The company will continue with their enhanced outreach effort in the upcoming winter season. The utility companies are using a variety of channels to reach their customers, including email campaigns, text alerts, news releases, radio and paid media ads, bill inserts and bill envelope messages, postcards, newsletters, on-hold telephone messages, and point-of-sale messaging, website features, YouTube videos, and social media postings. Some utilities alert customers about their energy usage and offer tips about energy-saving action that could help to reduce their bills. The utility companies also work with municipal and elected officials, partner with human service organizations and community groups, and conduct grassroots activities such as virtual and in-person events and forums. Lastly, the companies provide training to their consumer advocates and call center staff on winter messaging and customer assistance. Last winter season, department staff organized a collaborative meeting with the utilities to provide an opportunity for the companies to share their winter preparedness program, messaging, and activities. The collaborative was well received, and staff plans another event with the utilities to provide an opportunity to review their winter campaign and discuss best practices. In conclusion, the Office of Consumer Service is pursuing a winter outreach and education campaign designed to raise awareness of New York's winter energy outlook and price forecast. The campaign will ensure that consumers have access to information about actions and programs that will help them manage their winter energy bills, use less energy, and stay warm. Department staff will continue to monitor the need for additional outreach and education efforts and work with the utilities to make modification as needed throughout the winter season. Next slide, please. Chair Christian and Commissioners, this concludes our presentation. Thank you for hearing us out. I will now turn it over to Kevin Wisely, Director of the Office of Resilience and Emergency Response, to discuss an after-action review of last month's historic Buffalo blizzard preparation and response. Thank you.
Thank you. First slide, please. Good afternoon, Chair Christian and Commissioners, both here in Albany and New York City. I am Kevin Wisely. I'm the Director of the Office of Resilience and Emergency Preparedness, which also includes Utility Security and Nuclear Affairs. In conjunction with the annual Winter Preparedness Informational Briefing, I would also like to provide a short brief on last winter's storm event, the blizzard of 2022, that impacted the state of New York, in particular, National Grid's Western New York service territories, including the city of Buffalo, which experienced the most severe of the impacts. DPS staff has recently completed our review of National Grid's preparedness, response, and required self-assessment filings. Our report will be filed in DPS's Document and Matter Management System at the conclusion of today's session. In addition, I'll briefly review DPS actions already taken and underway relative to the New York State Blizzard of 2022 After Action Report. During the 2022 holiday weekend storm, the New York State Utilities restored approximately 500,000 electric service customers impacted statewide by this event. The bulk of those outages were incurred in Western New York. Next slide, please.
Maybe if you ask again.
Next slide, please. Oh, okay.
Next slide, please. There we go.
We're getting there.
There we go. All right.
More than 202,000 National Grid customers were affected statewide during this event, with a peak of 61,000 plus outages at once. National Grid's New York West Division had 110,000 customers alone affected, with a peak of over 45,000 outages at one time. The Frontier region, a subset of their Western Division, which includes the city of Buffalo, had over 61,000 customers affected, with a peak of 30,000 outages at one time. Next slide, please. As required by the PSC, National Grid had secured sufficient external contract resources prior to the event. The resource allocation to National Grid's Western New York service territory was their largest deployment in company history for that region. Due to the magnitude, impact of the event, and restoration going beyond 3 days, National Grid is required to submit a scorecard review of performance metrics within 30 days of restoration, and a Part 105 report as outlined in New York codes, rules, and regulations within 60 days of restoration that reviewed all aspects of its preparation and system restoration performance. Next slide, please. At the completion of our review, staff concluded National Grid had the appropriate resources in place prior to the storm and appropriately augmented resources once the impact was known. National Grid did well to adapt to the challenges presented as part of this storm to facilitate access to its facilities and restore customers. National Grid also communicated effectively during the event to keep customers and government officials informed. Next slide, please. As part of our review the review of preparedness and response, staff identified 3 key recommendations for all New York State investor-owned utilities to implement. Enhancement of utility pre-event preparation. Enhanced communications and coordination with local county and state officials prior to a known significant weather event regarding the potential for any transportation access, resource needs, or any specialty equipment that may be necessary. Partner engagement and coordination. Utility partnerships with other state and local agencies, including transportation and law enforcement, who may be able to aid with issues such as access and mobility within geographic areas for repair and restoration, and assist with life support equipment wellness checks. In addition, Utilities should participate in multi-agency task force, such as the New York State Snow Removal Task Force, which proved instrumental in aiding National Grid with restoration efforts in western New York. This engagement and coordination should be maintained and memorialized in utility emergency response plans. Additional public safety messaging. As part of external messaging, all New York State utilities should include additional messaging during significant weather impacting infrastructure on the proper use of alternative heating sources, the dangers of carbon monoxide, and avoidance of dangerous alternative lighting and proper maintenance of existing heating sources. Continuous improvement, refining, and updating of emergency response plans is done on an ongoing basis and annually reviewed and discussed with the investor-owned utilities as they prepare for their annual emergency response plan filing, which is ultimately approved by the Public Service Commission after a staff review and updating as necessary. Next slide, please. In addition to National Grid's self-assessment and DPS staff's review of preparedness and response, New York State also commissioned an after-action review of the December 2022 event. The New York State after-action review identified 4 core themes: communication, technology, capacity, and coordination that DPS has embraced in terms of internal emergency management, as well as enhanced coordination with local government through effective utility preparedness, response, and recovery activities. As stated in the New York State After Action Report, state agency partners, along with local officials, are to work towards improved state emergency management coordination through intentional communication, better leveraging existing technology, developing a shared understanding of capacity, and encouraging greater cross-agency coordination to create a renewed system that is responsive to unique needs of communities across the state. Next slide, please. DPS storm preparedness, response, and restoration across these 4 core themes include existing protocols and processes already in action, as well as enhancements since the blizzard of 2022, some of which include enhanced New York Alert use amongst DPS staff, after-event lessons learned communicated with all utilities, including those not impacted by a particular storm event, developing a new internal utility event dashboard, which will go in place in 2024 for internal DPS use. Develop an internal mobilization and EOC support rotation schedule for DPS staff. Developing an energy sector municipal officials guide. Partnering with the New York State's Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Services to integrate more focused energy sector risk and vulnerability assessments into DHSES's County Emergency Preparedness Assessment process. Next slide, please. In addition, relative to the coordination theme, DPS staff coordinated information sharing amongst National Grid and the New York State Emergency Operations Center Transportation Emergency Support Function agencies to establish and facilitate road clearing task forces. We've engaged with joint utilities on lessons learned and best practices from the blizzard of 22 for implementation into utility emergency response plans. DPS participated in a New York State Thruway, DOT, and investor-owned utility transportation collaborative back on June 7th of 2023 to memorialize process for identification and prioritization of road clearing and transportation activities during a response. In addition, for their 2023 exercises, National Grid simulated blizzard conditions and accessibility issues encountered during the December 2022 winter storm in the city of Buffalo. All utilities also included local government emergency agencies in their 2023 winter and coastal storm exercises as part of coordination. That concludes our briefing for today. Available for any questions.
Thank you, everyone, for that thorough and detailed overview. I don't have much to say, but I do have a couple questions and points of clarification that I just want to talk about, and this is for the group. And I want to focus on the winter storm and some of the impacts that have been discussed and released in the recent FERC report. I just want to get a little bit of clarity on that event. Now, FERC reported that they recommended a number of reliability standards and improvements for interstate gas pipelines and other measures. Are any of those things that we at the Commission will need to act on, or are those things that FERC is going to pursue or other federal and state agencies will need to pursue?
As of right now, the FERC report is a draft report. Right now, it's too early to tell whether they could or they would ask us to make any certain performance measures or reliability standards.
Gotcha. Thank you. Now, I know at some point there was a conversation around New York's reliability standards, particularly with generator assets and the requirement that they have fuel backup and fuel reserves. I understand that came into play during this event? The need to utilize those assets?
Yeah, Chair Christian, this is Lecca John. I'll jump in here. Yeah, the downstate. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Mike. Thank you.
Green light's on. How's that?
Better. Thank you.
I think, as you're well aware, in Southeast New York, there's a lot of generation both on Long Island, New York City, and it's largely all dual fuel for a good reason. And during this time period, to the best of my recollection, all natural gas-fired generation, the generation that was consuming natural gas was on liquid fuels at this time. So essentially relieving some stress on a gas system, I would say.
Okay. Thank you for that. Do our neighboring states have similar oil reserve requirements?
Well, what we understand, at least from MISO New England, which is our nearest neighbor, and also PJM, there's no hard rules, from what we've understood, on having, backup fuel or dual fuel requirements, right? As an example, even in New York State, right, the New York ISO has no blanket requirement for dual fuel. The requirements in New York City and Long Island are driven by the local utilities themselves, because they're trying to guard against the loss of actual gas pipeline or a gas pipeline, dropping pressure and the need to maintain electric service. And then they have these generators that'll actually some swap on the fly, some are burning a little oil and gas at the same time, so they're automatically ready to switch over. So it's not necessarily a New York ISO mandate, but it's driven by the local utilities and the New York State Reliability Council. So that's where those two requirements in Southeast New York arise.
Thank you, Lecca. Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Okay, I don't have any further questions, but I mean, I'm happy to see the pricing is going in a favorable direction for this season. A comment for the future. I know you mentioned that the charts you presented did not include inflation adjustments for prior years, but just at a glance, I could infer that even though pricing seems to be creeping up, it's probably not as high as it was on the earliest years on that chart if we were to adjust for inflation. So just something for us to consider in future iterations on how to present this. But I do appreciate the information. It's clear we're at a good place, and we have the things in place to maintain reliability and service for both electric and natural gas, and that our outreach efforts will continue apace and amplify as needed. So thank you, everyone, for your time. Commissioner Berman.
Thank you. Can you put up slide 1 of the first presentation with Chris Stilicki? Okay, it's the one where it talks about FERC. I don't know the. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so I just I think this is really important. I think FERC did a very good job in their investigation with NERC and the ongoing discussion, especially around kind of what are the takeaways, gas and electric harmonization, and all of the different things that are happening. Kind of looking at it, and for me, I just want to reiterate that there was a lot of discussion at FERC on what are we doing, especially on the Northeast, that I think has really good lessons learned for New York. So I don't want the takeaway to be, well, FERC had no recommendations for New York, so, like life is good. And I also think that due credit to Con Ed and the other utilities that performed well during this Christmas Eve issue is really important. But people seem to think that that was the first time it was noted publicly. I myself, as well as another at least one other commissioner, has raised this issue publicly on the Christmas Eve issues and the concerns around that, and how we came really, really close to losing the system. And so I don't want the takeaway to also be that it took us seeing, the investigation at FERC as our first notice of the issue. And does anyone have any comment on that?
I would say you are correct. There have been events over the years. There are occasionally operational issues on interstate pipelines at compressor stations. More often than not, they do not result in as close of a call as we experienced that Christmas weekend. And you are correct. You have mentioned it in the past.
Right. So I think for me, a really good takeaway also, and Leka, you raised something good about the importance of the generators, the dual fuel, and having them, these generational assets when we need them. We are, coming up increasingly closer to the margins, and our constraints are very significant, especially in the New York City area. And especially as we move forward with a lot of things, the need to recognize the challenges ahead as it's like having, a rubber band that we keep stretching, right? At some point, we need to understand that this rubber band is going to snap, and are we ready for that? And I just really need to reiterate that it's not enough for us to say, well, it's outside of the Public Service Commission jurisdiction. In fact, I think we are the ones responsible in the eyes of the public. We are the ones responsible in our state to be, looking at what this means for utilities being prepared, and ensuring that we help to keep the lights on. There may not be, a formal jurisdictional role for some of this, but there is definitely a role for us to have, and we currently do. And we are also the ones who authorize the implementation of state energy policy, and are focused on preparing for our winter readiness and what that looks like. So I just need to underscore that, because I want to be careful of overconfidence and over kind of pushing away our own responsibility, because a lot of chewing gum and duct tape isn't the way to run a reliable system. So, I just got to make sure that we're clear here that this kind of stuff is also things that we should, it shouldn't be that me as a commissioner has to, pontificate about this when we get to the winter reliability or winter readiness. And it also isn't for me to have to pontificate when we are looking at vaporizers that may be helpful, right? And trying to decide whether or not we need to approve this or not, which is when I definitely brought it up, at least at that time. And so for me, I just really want to underscore the importance of all of that, and that FERC presentation, as well as other presentations, as well as other ongoing issues, really means that we have to get under the hood even more this winter. And what are we doing to mitigate even more as we are seeing the system issues? And for my perspective, some of those things are really looking at and working on how do we achieve coordination between the electric and gas systems to respond to upstream contingencies. Are we looking at that? Also, of course, what are we doing on looking at capacity constraints, Tennessee expansion for Westchester, or the Iroquois expansion for New York City as a whole come to mind, but that's just two of many, many other things to be concerned about. Slide 6. Okay, utilities have indicated that no new moratorium on natural gas are imminent. And go to slide 8. Increased U.S. reliance on gas-fired electric generation ahead of renewable generation build-out. So these two things I think are really important. We continue to have moratoriums on natural gas that some folks do not want. They want to be alleviated of that. That is something that we have to address, as well as what does that mean if we have new moratoriums, and what that may look like. And then also the increased U.S. reliance on gas-fired electric generation, it's going to only increase. I think that's fair to say. Am I wrong on that?
I don't think you're wrong on that at all. I think as a fossil fuel, it's the only alternative fuel available there. Coal is sort of fading away a bit. So natural gas will have to take it up. Yeah, definitely.
It may actually be to achieve our long-term clean energy goals. We may actually need more gas access in the short term. That may actually be a good thing for us to get to our long-term clean energy goals. Chair, do you have a question or a comment? You sure?
I'm sure. Yeah.
You can.
You're on a roll. I don't want to interrupt. Go on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. And then the other thing is, did I hear right that, and this I think is an Andrew question, utilities bought 70% of their needs at the ICE future prices last year? And can you explain why that might sort of trigger me?
So that's 70% is their fixed price hedge amount. So that's the amount of their portfolio that is a fixed price hedge, statewide average.
Right. And so what does that mean in lay people's terms? I don't want to pull it out of you.
In terms of the price, that price being locked in,
And higher prices than current prices?
potentially.
Right. Okay. So I think it's just,
This is Paul Darmecco. I would just like to say that the utilities do the hedging
Yep.
out up to 3 years ahead of time.
Right.
So some of the lower prices are also baked into the hedges, but you are correct. It could be at a higher price.
could be, right.
Could be,
right.
absolutely.
So I think it's just something for us to be cognizant of and also work with the utilities on, their hedging, not pushing them to do anything that they shouldn't do. Actually, hedging can be good, done prudently. But we have had over the years times where we have to relook at hedging. So I just pull that up as sort of one of the things that I'm going to be looking at. So I really have nothing else except just kind of reminder. It's really important that we also have information in real time about what we're doing to mitigate the circumstances, but also recognizing the lessons learning, not only from what came out of FERC, because there may not have been direct recommendations to New York, but there are certainly good lessons learning that are there. And as our own lessons learning from last year, Christmas Eve, et cetera, that I think are really important, because we cannot keep praying for warm weather. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Alisi?
Okay, yes, thank you. I have no comments.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Edwards?
No, thank you very much, and thank you for all of your good work. It is always good to see how prepared all of you are, and appreciate all the work over the years. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Howard?
Yeah, just a couple things. Chris, I like your understated delivery, but a relight anywhere is excruciatingly bad. A relighting in southeast New York is cataclysmic. And the extent that we even come close, I think it's really, really incumbent upon the agency to share with particularly municipal leaders in particular on how dangerous that is. Forget it, how gigantically expensive it is, but just how dangerous it is in such a dense urbanized population as we have. And that while the FERC report singled out Con Ed, the issues clearly extended into Kedney and Kedley as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
So, and hypothetically, are there any actions that could be done by regulators of any sort that could help ensure this system reliability going forward in the near term?
I think if there was access to reliable gas service, especially in a constrained area or an area where there could be reliability issues, that would offer the utilities the ability to pull gas from different pipelines where it's accessible to offset basically the cut in supply.
You also mentioned in passing certain potential upgrades or hoped for, or even planned upgrades on the interstate system that could be very helpful in the near term. Could you just sort of elaborate on that for me?
I think Commissioner Berman mentioned 2 pipeline projects that have been approved by FERC that are before various agencies at the moment. One is a Tennessee upgrade that comes from Pennsylvania through New Jersey into Westchester County, and the other one is the Iroquois expansion by compression project, which requires work at compressor stations in New York State and Connecticut. Both of those would increase gas capacity into the downstate region.
And it wouldn't necessarily enhance gas use, it would just enhance primarily gas reliability.
Correct, because in the near future, as we just reported, the companies have enough capacity to meet demand today. If there is growth, it could be used, but in the immediate near term, it would enhance reliability.
Great. Thank you. I have numerous questions, particularly relating to Western New York. However, I will defer to my colleague, Commissioner Majori, to answer some of the questions that we have discussed together.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Valesky?
I have no comments, just certainly thank each and every one of you for your good work in the presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Majori?
Thank you. I want to thank everybody for their presentations. There's a lot of important information. I am going to focus my reaction on the after-action report presented by Kevin Wisely. I also want to just take a moment to acknowledge that during and after the storm, many of the grid workers and contractors that were working to restore energy put their lives at risk under extraordinary conditions, and I wanted to take an opportunity to acknowledge that. So forgive me as I read from notes. I didn't finish writing this until late last night, and in fact made some adjustments a few minutes ago, and I want to make sure that the points I want to make are conveyed clearly and explain why this is an emotional issue for me. I'm going to start by reading the first sentence from a front page above the fold Buffalo News article about the storm, but I'm going to leave out the first 2 words from the sentence. After a Christmas weekend blizzard killed 47 people, a Buffalo woman says her mother died waiting for rescue crews to take her to a hospital during the storm, a fatality that isn't counted in Erie County's official tally of confirmed storm deaths. Now, the reason I left out the first 2 words is because I wanted you to think that this was a front page story maybe from late December of last year or January or February. But the first 2 words were 9 months. 9 months after. This was the front page above the fold headline story yesterday. I grew up in Buffalo. I lived through and remember the blizzard of '77. I got 2 weeks off from school. I lived through the October surprise storm of 2006. By the way, what month are we in? I lived through the snowpocalypse storm of 2014 that dumped 7 feet of snow on parts of western New York. And I lived through many other bizarre and dangerous storms. The December blizzard of last year has almost universally been characterized as the worst ever. It was the deadliest on record in Buffalo history and the second deadliest weather event in the United States in 2022. I read you part of a front page story from yesterday, but I read the Buffalo News every day, and hardly a week has gone by without a major story about the storm, usually multiple stories. The city of my birth is still coping with the aftermath of this catastrophe and will for years to come. But it's not just because I care about Buffalo that I view this report as important. Kevin, you know that had this happened 4 years ago, I would have been in charge of the response. I never wanted to be in charge of emergency response, but you know, anyone, including yourself, who chooses a career in public service, all true public servants want to be part of the solution and detest being on the sidelines. During this storm, GRID was sending us commissioners real-time updates before, during, and after the storm, and it pained me to be on the sidelines. Today, we don't even get to vote on receiving this report. That's not a criticism, it's just a matter of fact. But I do believe that you and the DPS staff analyzed what National Grid did, what lessons were learned, and in multiple sections of this report, you take those lessons and admonish all utilities to consider them in reviewing their ERPs, which you will have to approve. The report speaks for itself, and I'm not going to go over all of these recommendations, but subtle though some of them may seem, I think you, Kevin, have a keen eye for making meaningful adjustments that might just save lives. But I also see this moment as an opportunity to add commentary directed at the utilities, who at this point in today's session might be the last people paying attention at this particular moment. So I ask you to indulge me as I review what lessons I take from your report. Before I get into specifics, I want to tell one more story from my Buffalo youth. I went to high school with this guy who was a really good writer. He moved to Hollywood and became a professional screenwriter. Snow, the removal of snow and the consequences of storms is so much part of every Buffalonian soul that one of the first movies he co-wrote used plowing snow in Buffalo as a theme. So this friend of mine went on to great success and co-wrote many Marvel movies. Because of that, I pay more attention to the dialogue in those movies than I might otherwise. And I'm thinking of this one scene where Bruce Banner is trying to tell Tony Stark to call Captain America for help. And Tony Stark says that he's not on speaking terms with Captain America. And Bruce Banner says, "Tony, Thanos is coming. It doesn't matter who you're talking to or not." Thanos is the next storm. It is coming. The storm doesn't care who's talking to who, or what anybody's job description is, or who should or should not be doing what. There's a part of your report that highlights and passes on as a best practice something that came out of GRID's own report, which in the words of your report says, quote, "There are times when the company should be involved to provide directions/guidance in the discussions of the road clearing process," unquote. That's it. The overall impression I get from your report, and really all the reports, is that GRID was on top of it. Although Winter Storm Elliott was unique in many ways, this is not their first rodeo. My message is not just to GRID, but all the utilities in the state, which is don't be quiet, don't assume that everybody knows what to do, and don't necessarily stay in your lane. This report is not a voting item. There isn't a record from which I have to confine myself in order to make some sort of judgment. Instead, I read your report in the context of a series of reports that includes GRID's own, the report issued by New York University's Wagner School at the request of the City of Buffalo, the report by Guidehouse that you mentioned earlier, commissioned by the state, as well as a variety of media reports, especially in the Buffalo News. With that context, but focusing on your report, let me highlight a number of observations. GRID began tracking the storm on December 18th. They realized that while much of the state might be impacted, that Western New York would be hit especially hard no later than the 20th. So they mobilized resources and moved them disproportionately into Western New York before the storm hit. The Guidehouse report suggests that other entities that were responding to the storm were less certain that Western New York would be hit, especially hard relative to the state as a whole. It is a little unclear to me as to who realized this when, but it's clear that Grid realized this well before the storm started. Grid instructed their employees to cancel holiday vacations. Both Guidehouse and Wagner reported that holiday plans from employees of other entities exacerbated the personnel problem in responding to the storm because some who would have been involved in the response were gone. Your report and all the others outlined a variety of equipment needs, and I've certainly been reading how local government has been making equipment purchases to prepare for this upcoming winter. In particular, relevant to Grid's effort to restoring power was the lack of front loaders in the region. Grid was having trouble getting down streets that were blocked by cars that were snowed in the middle of the streets. Plows are inadequate to remove snowed-in cars, so more front loaders and staff to operate them were needed to clear the roads and thus restore power faster. The Wagner report highlights confusion about who had the authority to close roads and when. Grid did not conclude that there are times when the utility should advise when to close roads, but Thanos is coming. Grid probably had a good idea that they were going to need to be able to clear roads. It is not for Grid to close roads, but I would add to advising on when and how to plow streets that the utility should also advise as to when to close them. Grid mobilized hundreds of employees to be in place before the storm hit. Your report indicates, based on the December 23rd crewing report, National Grid had 2,731 FTEs total in all divisions. It then breaks down that included in the Western Division were 178 line FTEs and 299 contractor line FTEs, 207 tree internal FTEs and 76 contractor FTEs, 27 service FTEs, 36 damage assessment FTEs, and 50 wire guard FTEs. More came after the 23rd, but some of the employees, but the date of the 23rd is important because that's when the storm began. So stipulating that some of those employees were already based in Western New York, their vacation plans having been canceled, some were mobilized in, and they were ready to go by the day the storm began. This type of mobilization should not happen in a vacuum. Grid clearly knew it would need assistance to establish conditions for which these crews could restore power after the storm. Utilities should not just assume that their partners are moving resources into place at the same time in the same places that they are. Your report highlights both how Grid conducted regular community leader conference calls, embedded in EOCs, made use of a network of community liaisons, and issued multiple press releases and other communications. If Grid, or in the future other utilities, are convening and facilitating communications, they can be the eyes and ears for their partners. If the thruway is closed, but the arms installed after the 2014 storm designed to prevent access to the thruway are not lowered, and utility workers are encountering that, they can provide valuable information to the thruway to get the arms down. I could just give that as an example. If the utility is liaisoning between multiple other actors who are also making public statements, they can strive to ensure that public messages are complementary. It seems that all the reports take issue with communications of different kinds. Your report states that the company should examine the use of stronger public messaging. This, again, was an almost universal observation in all of the reports, not just about the utilities. But the utilities have a leadership opportunity here. Look, the reason we're paying so much attention to climate policy is because storms like Elliott are not going to be the exception. For a region that knows from freak storms, conditions existed under this one that were exceptional. But the past is prologue. The main villain here was the storm itself. But fast action, proper equipment, sufficient personnel, clear and effective communications, and efficient management can mitigate the disaster. And yes, as I learned, all of that is facilitated better when someone takes charge. You've spent your entire career saving lives, Kevin, of people who will never know to thank you. I've learned a lot from you, and I'm pleased that we're taking lessons from this storm and adjusting ERPs. But beyond that, if the utilities are listening and they're interpreting data different than everyone else, I'm imploring them to speak up, because Thanos is coming. And I don't have any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. And with that, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Do any commissioners wish to Do any commissioners wish to comment on or recuse from voting on any items on the consent agenda? I'll begin with Commissioner Berman.
Thanks. I just have a quick comment on item 267. It had been 203 on the preliminary agenda, got moved to 267, I think as a way to save time. So I want to thank staff who prepared to have this as a discussion item. And I do just want to point out, I will be voting for this item, but I am mindful that this is another well-intentioned, this is coming to us from well-intentioned legislation for the protection of consumers. This is dealing with the regulations required by the new Public Service Law 53A to ensure utilities are prohibited from engaging in detrimental conduct toward residential customers. I think that the intent behind this, especially as this was coming on the heels of COVID, were well-intentioned, but I'm not sure that it was actually a good, language-wise, good law to get approved by both houses and then passed by the governor without either sending it back for fixing or to do a chapter amendment to it. This is one of many that seem to be coming through and getting passed into law that then we at the agency as well as the commission then have to figure out how to implement well-intentioned but technically flawed that may not actually get under the hood of the intent behind it. In this case, it was done the law was enacted in 2021. We didn't issue a notice by the secretary to May 2023. I think that part of that was because for almost 2 years, there was a lot of hard work that staff had to put in to try to figure out how to put out, proposed regulations to get looked at by the public, and now it is here before us. There were numerous entities who raised concern with the legislation, not for the underlying issue of everyone, I think, is really interested in making sure that folks don't engage in detrimental conduct towards residential customers. But that, again, it goes back to the legislation language was really flawed. Staff actually undertook significant edits to that to get the regulations to probably on what would have been a chapter amendment to the legislation. And so I do actually think that the comments that came in opposition to some of the add-ins actually are justified because it is outside of the actual legislative language. We had to go to the bill jacket to sort of interpret that it was meant to be in there, but it wasn't in the legislation. However, I think when we go through all of this, we're going to wind up getting to the same place and actually probably could have addressed these issues outside of the legislation itself. But I raise this because I do think that we have a job. I mean, energy brokers is another one comes to mind. Well-intentioned, really poorly poorly draft legislation that got through and then comes to us for implementation. It's not even about the fact that we have to spend time figuring out how to implement. What I worry about also is I think that then once we have whatever it is get up to speed to actually now take under consideration and deal with, there's a whole host of other work product that comes. Energy brokers, we did that, we implemented it. We're still dealing with very clunky issues from that. I think the implementation is actually going to be a significant challenge, and it goes back to never should have been the legislation, getting passed and then coming to us. And I think we need to do a better job at, making sure people know that, we do not have the bandwidth to keep taking care of all of these well-intentioned but poor legislation that gets through the door. And so we have a lot of work to do to help our consumers, and we want to do that, but we need to be able to do our job without trying to get derailed by fixing things. So, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Lisi?
I have no further comments, thank you.
Would you be
I'll
so
be
kind as to
voting
say
yes
that
on
a little
everything.
louder?
Am I good on this mic?
You can say it again.
I have no comments or observations. I'll be voting yes on the entire agenda.
We got that? Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Edwards?
I'm going to be recusing on 3 items, 388, 389, 390.
I'm going to repeat that back to you, Commissioner. You said 388, 389, and 390?
That's correct.
Thank you. Commissioner Howard?
I will be voting no on 388, 389, and 390. I just feel it's necessary to reiterate my opposition to these orders are not related to the project itself. DC connections to Canada are long needed and should be accelerated as quickly as possible. I just have a problem on how we're paying for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Valesky?
No questions or comments on any items.
Thank you. Commissioner Majori?
No additional questions or comments. I plan to vote for the entire consent agenda.
Thank you very much. We'll now do the call for vote. My vote is in favor of the recommendations on the consent agenda. Commissioner Berman, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Alisi?
Yes on all items.
Thank you. Commissioner Edwards?
Yes, with the exception of 388, 389, and 390.
Thank you. Commissioner Howard?
Yes, with the exception of 388, 389, and 390, where I am a no.
Thank you. Commissioner Valesky?
Yes on all items, including 388, 389, and 390.
Hold on, I didn't catch that. No. Commissioner Majori?
Vote yes on all items with no exceptions.
Excellent, thank you. The items are approved and the recommendations are adopted. Thank you, everyone. Before we go, I want to take a moment to share some news. I was informed this morning that Commissioner Edwards will be moving on into a new opportunity and that this will be her last session. So before we concluded, I wanted to take an opportunity to just thank her for her service and her time on the commission. It has been an enjoyable and interesting experience throughout, and she's definitely helped make it an interesting one for me. And so, Commissioner Edwards, if you'd like to say anything.
I would. Well, thank you very much, Chair. I am, a lot of things have happened to me within the last month. I lost my mom. I have completed 10 years of public service. I am going to be moving on to the national board for the NAACP, and I'm also going to be returning to the private sector. So I am just profoundly grateful to the governor and to the New York State Senate who confirmed me, and to you, the chair, for providing me with this wonderful privilege of service on the Public Service Commission for the last 5.5 years. I have had a blast with my colleagues and the staff. I will say that you are brilliant, patient, sometimes too patient with all of us, and you're just bold and wonderful. And there's so much work that is still left to do as we pursue the governor's bold agenda, as well as protecting the customers as best we can for rates and reliability. It's hard. So as I leave the PSC and return to the private sector, I take with me all of you and the principles of social responsibility that has defined my life's work and what has been important to me. I hope I made an impact. I absolutely had a blast. And I want to thank all of you, each one of my colleagues. I will see you again, but thank you for this opportunity to serve for the state of New York and all of its wonderful, wonderful residents. Thank you.
Well, Tracy, thank you for serving with distinction, and had you given us more time, we would have made it far more awkward for you. All right, and with that, Madam Secretary, is there anything further to come before us today?
There is nothing further.
And with that, I adjourn. Thank you, everyone.